Yeah. Like, well, we're good to go. Right. Last time you cleared out some side quests which happened to appear for you. And you find yourself back in the House of a Thousand Faces. Fresh from the fight. You receive some interesting items. What's the plan?
We had a
Cancel.
plan.
Zoom! Moment. Ow!
Mervin's just
Got
lagging
bolts
it.
again. Get through.
Oh dear. What did you give him?
Oh yeah, he picked an elemental gem.
Oh.
It can be quite useful in
Um,
combat.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be useful for the wrong reasons. Crapfin, come with me.
Okay. I'll just take this rod then.
Okay, what does it do?
I don't know. You didn't give me much time to think about what I'm gonna take.
Fine. Can you guys follow him? I gotta figure out what I'm grabbing while I'm here.
I'm gonna follow Mervin.
Yeah, I'll head back to the boat with Crapfin.
Okay.
Does this settlement look dumb on me? Do my horns stick through it?
I think you look quite dashing with it.
I did put 5 exclamation marks. Oh god.
Right, you did.
Crutcher just waits for a moment. Waits for everyone else to move away from him. By the way, you're not Harpers, are you? You're,
We're,
how do I put
what?
this lightly? Are you boys with the Brotherhood?
No, of course not.
Insight.
Okay, do me an insight check.
Yeah.
Let me just... what sheet would I have?
Don't worry. I trust him implicitly.
Oh yeah, you absolutely trust him implicitly.
Yeah.
Yep, easy enough to do. We're not...
Yeah.
We're not Brotherhood. Whatever would give you that idea? That's silly.
Yeah, nah. Just all the fancy magical crap, the location. I don't know. Yeah, it didn't matter either way, just...
You think the Brotherhood
may
would
have had-
hide out in this dump?
Yeah. I mean, it's the perfect cover for less obvious dealings.
Well, clearly you must not know them very well then.
I mean, I've broken a few necks of this, but never really chatted to them, so I guess not. Well, if you're not Brotherhood and you're not Harpers, who the fuck are you people?
We're clearly Harpers.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure, because Harpers, I get along with just fine. Never had any issues with you boys.
Working for the good of the realm. Fighting tyranny.
Yeah. The only downside to you boys is that you don't pay for my work. Usually.
We just gave you something.
Yeah, I meant like before, during my previous work placement. Let's just say, interests did not align.
Yeah, I suppose it didn't.
Yeah, well, new leaves and all that. Just slaps him on the back. Thanks for the helmet. I'm not sure dashing was what I was looking for, but fuck it. It's good enough. I don't know where the hell you found all this stuff anyway.
Well, stuff accumulates.
Yeah, apparently. So, is the flump here?
Yes?
Just walks up to it, stares at it.
I feel like I'm being
You want to work
perceived.
on a boat?
Boat? No, I don't do well on moving boats. No. No.
You sure?
No.
Because you'd be real handy on a boat.
I prefer to stay on the dry land. Yes. 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 Yes.
Sure. Like the dry land of a floating iceberg in the middle of the ocean, which is basically a naturally occurring boat.
Yes. It's not my station. I was just there temporarily. Yes. 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 One does things one does not like for one's job. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Alright, well. That's a shame. Can't believe you gave him an elemental in a bottle. Hey, just a side question. If we need another boat, do you guys have another boat?
If you require another boat, I have it on good
You may have just
authority.
blown up our boat.
I have it on good authority that already at least 2 heads of city-states have promised you an additional vessel if you require it.
Shit, did they? Must have told the captain, not me. Alright, well. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, by the way, between us, what is the others grab? Just so I know what to be wary of. I don't want anyone accidentally pulling out an elemental and throwing it at me or something.
Well, your friend who left earlier grabbed the elemental gem as you've discussed, and we've got an immovable rod, I believe. A dusted dryness, a dusted disappearance.
Dryness?
Oh, yes.
I mean, disappearance is in the name. I can guess what that would do, but dryness? That's a weird thing to. Who grabbed dryness?
Wes raises his hand slowly. And it's like,
Yep.
we're
you're
on
still-
a boat. Boats sink because they fill with water.
You know what? I guess that makes sense. Not entirely sure what this dust dryness does, but I suppose in the name, I'm guessing it does what it says on the label then.
It does remove
Yeah.
water.
Right.
Dusted dryness, dusted disappearance. This fancy noggin helm, an elemental, an immovable rod. Somehow I have a bad feeling about the rod. I'll worry about that later. So what are we missing?
Yeah, missing someone, but I don't remember. I'm sure it was something very important.
If you look behind you, you see Togo wearing goggles and just looking around with his motorhome.
Oh, you got a pair of those too! They're great, aren't they?
Oh yeah. They make the world look kind of green.
Yeah, it's weird. Can you believe these fuckers see like this every day?
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Why?
once again, I thank you all for your help. Is there anything else I can be of assistance with?
I mean, unless you have information about, what is that town to the south? I got a job to go check out something and any information. You've been hearing about the mercenaries vanishing to the south?
Oh yeah, around Mintarn, wasn't it?
Yeah. You boys apparently have a good, open connection to the world. You know anything about what's going on there?
Well, it's an island of mercenaries. I'm guessing the one who would know anything about anything in that place would be the tyrant of the place.
Yeah, fair. I get the feeling we're not going to be going either anytime soon.
Well, if you are going to go talk with him, best prepare a bribe.
Yeah. I haven't thought about that. Oh boy, what have you boys got yourself into? Alright, well, thanks for the heads up.
Right.
Alright, come on, guys. We should probably catch up to the fish before he sinks the boat.
Well, Krapfen, Mervin. You both seem to be heading quickly for the shoreline. Around near Castle Never, however, you bump into the captain. Mervin, you seem to be, in a good mood.
Captain.
Oh, this is not worrying at all. What is it, Mervin?
So remember, like all the ideas, and we said that you needed like some sort of power to be able to like do all of them.
Yes.
Got it.
You got it?
Holds out gem. You know, device at the bottom that you said do not touch. Containment for elemental power, everything. Gem, elemental. Something could help.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So- Soul left us just 3 streets down. So we would need to wait for her. Wherever she is.
Boat.
So you're, planning on summoning an elemental in the hold of the ship and binding it in some sort of contraption? And
Yes.
can you wait a little while?
I mean, I wouldn't do it immediately because I don't know if the thing's ready to actually to bind it. And I'd probably need some for the power to go because I don't know if it stores it as well, and that would be dangerous. That would just go. How long?
If you're trying this, I'd rather do that while we're staying in port for a while.
Can I get things prepped for it?
I suppose that should be fine, right? Yes. While you were out, and while you were fighting the pirates attacking here, was there any more loot to add to the hold? We're not gonna sail here, of course, because of the extra taxes, but if we're going to Luskan, which we are, because Neverember handed me another one of these damn letters. Luskan's a pretty good place to sell.
We all got to grab something from a pile. I got this rod, which was the first thing I grabbed and ran after Mervin, so it's a rod.
You can keep that one, I think.
Mervin got the pearl, and the rest, I don't know.
Alright then. Oh yeah, here's your share of the reward. Hence both of you 100 gold each.
Thank you. Can I go speak to Sultan now, please, Captain?
Well, grab them and Merwin, you can go on ahead. You can swim over there.
I was gonna say I could probably just swim faster than Crapfin could.
Yes, you would definitely swim faster than Crapfin would swim. Yes. Crapfin, let's go wait by the rowboat for the rest of them. I'm sure they'll join us shortly.
Good. I'm not very keen on swimming in these waters that are coming from that river.
Indeed.
Do we have enough food for the journey?
Considering with how many supplies you got last time, we should still be fine for another couple of weeks.
Bowen's dashed off and already just swimming for the
And-
boat.
Stocking up here
Yeah,
wouldn't be a good idea anyways, because of the increased prices.
Okay, I'm not gonna let Mervyn in the kitchen anytime soon.
I don't think he'll want to anyways. Sounds like he'll be busy.
True. Well, the rest should. I don't know where Soul went. But they should come by. I don't know, within an hour.
Presumably. And so you wait. After a while, Soul shows up.
Needed to refill some of my components.
Get handed 100
by
gold
me.
coins by the captain.
Ooh, thank you.
Your share of the reward. And after a while, the rest of them join you, and also get their 100 gold.
Wait, holy shit, they actually paid us?
It is a small reward, but it is a reward nonetheless. Did you happen to loot anything of the attacker?
Oh yeah,
That might be
no
worth
one's got it all.
selling? Oh. Well,
It's
he's gone on
I'd be a
ahead.
bit wary about it. There's I have moderate concerns about the loot. It's valuable, definitely. Hang on, I think did I give him the sword as well? Did I give him everything?
I
Yeah,
think
no, he's got everything, I
in the
think.
bag.
Yeah. We were a bit cautious at the time. Considering, actually, Captain, this might be a discussion we'll have to have tonight.
All right, very well. Well, let's get over to the ship then.
Crafton, can I borrow you for about half an hour?
Yeah?
I need your help with something.
Why?
Just a small thing.
Okay, I guess. Have we got
Captain, we won't be
time
too
for
long.
this?
All right. Meanwhile, we'll go over to the ship. I'll send some of the crew back with the rowboat.
Appreciate it.
Do you want to do this in the sneaky chat?
Probably should, yeah.
Well, okay then. We'll be back shortly. Right, so here we are.
Despite still everyone else is gone from the dock. Make sure there's no one over here. Alright.
What do you need?
Let's go somewhere where no one can overhear us to start. And I lead it to the House of Knowledge.
Walking all the way back there, well, fair enough.
I'm not the book person, you know that.
That's not why we're here, hon. Just find a quiet spot. Sit down. Take a seat, hon.
Okay.
I'll only ask you this once, because you've been good to me, and I feel like I want to do something that's good for you. Remember what Squidface said while we were down there about having a seat to the throne? You know he was talking about you, right?
Why?
Why? What do you mean, why? Why do you have a seat to the throne, or why did I bring you here to ask you about it?
Both?
So, first, why? He mentioned... how much do you actually know about your family line?
Which family?
Whichever one you want to tell me about. You don't, if you want to keep it to yourself, keep it to yourself. But if you do want a city, if this is your thing, and this good fucker knows how to get it back to you, I got your back.
This was never my thing. My thing was the bakery, and the bakery burned down.
You never did tell me what happened with that.
Well, that was the baker's fault, not mine. I just got caught up in everything. I bake, that's what I do. That's who I am.
So if I told you that we could find out whatever this cursed lineage he was talking about is today, find out, and then sweep it under the rug, never hear of it again, or you can think about it. Choice is yours.
The
Hell,
curse is
if it-
mine, yes.
yeah. Just saying, in my book, if you wanted to abscond from the throne, I could use the city. If you don't want it, I'd take it.
I'm not
But if
giving
you
you a
don't want-
city.
I'm just saying, like, I remember those friends we met back at Baldur's Gate.
I only dealt with them because of the baker.
Yeah. We've been together a few months now. Weeks, months, I forget. It's been a long time. I'm up the creek, and I need money. The one you dealt with, scary. Not the problem. The lady I dealt with, very scary. Absolutely my problem. She's helping me with something extremely important. And I need a lot of money to get it done.
Look, I'm pretty sure you heard in this city. And you know that I am the curse in my family. I don't exist. So I don't have any claim to anything. I died when I was born.
That
And I did what I could. I baked.
And you're just going to accept the thoughts of someone else being tossed aside because of some curse you don't even know.
It wasn't that bad. I got to bake. Everyone loved my baking. Especially the
then-
crabson. They loved my crabsons. So it was good.
And
And then
then-
I left with the baker to go to the bakery. And when that was over, I joined your crew.
Okay. Just goes quiet for a minute. If you don't want to know about it, you don't want to change what someone else forced upon you, that's fine. If you change
What is
your
there
mind, we
to
can always...
change?
You could change the stupid, self-righteous minds of assholes who told you that you were dead at birth. You weren't dead.
That was
You
a
were never-
metaphoric. They didn't. They told the others that I was dead. They did keep me. I lived in a mansion. Well, in some parts. In my parts.
So they didn't just toss you aside, they just quarantined you for their own... what?
I baked.
You baked. Okay. So a city's definitely not in the works then?
What would I do with a city? And the
Whatever
city
you
isn't
want.
in too bad of a hand, so this would be way too much work.
If you're alone. But you're not alone.
I don't
Maybe
think
something-
the captain wants a city.
I didn't say captain. When this is all over, if we're all still living and breathing, imagine what you could do with a city. Your decisions. Or decisions of those around you to guide you. And when I get what I need, you'll have one hell of a mind working for you. And then you can make as many bakeries, you can cook as often as you want, you can do as you damn well please, and nobody can do anything about it.
I just want one small bakery. And a little bit adventure right now. It's fun.
Alright,
I get to see the world.
if that's what you want, then we'll head back. We'll pretend we never heard what he said. And I'll just have to find another way to get what I need. I still got your back. Even if it is in a smaller house.
How much money do you need?
30 grand.
Well, if we all pull together,
If we
We
manage to
might make
pull
it.
30,000 gold, I doubt everyone's going to pay for it just for my one selfish request. But I appreciate it. You've done good by me, Crawford, and I'll do good by you. You remember that.
oh, I do.
Alright, this place is wearing on me. Shall we get back to the boat?
Yeah. Just a small detour.
Sure. What are you feeling? Snacks? Food?
No, I just wanna
See some old places?
just the place.
Do you want me to come with?
I don't really care.
I'll come with. I'll see what the old haunt was like.
Well, I'm gonna lead you to the old family mansion, but not the front entrance, but the back side, which should be familiar because that's where we entered the Neverdeath.
Hmm?
And you see a stale crab on the floor with the bloodstains. And she's gonna put another one there. And just stay there for a few minutes and then just let's head back.
Yeah. I won't ask. I guess
Okay.
we head back to the boat.
Yep, let me just drag you back to the other chat.
Hello.
Well, that took a tiny bit longer than expected, but they're on the way back to the boat.
They live?
They live.
They're alive.
Is the boat still alive?
And they won't ever know what we plotted.
Yes.
Wow, they assumed that they're the only ones who were plotting.
Look, we know you were plotting. You were the ones who assumed we weren't.
It's fine. What's the worst that could happen?
True, true. Well, you're all back on the boat. Mervin's... What is Mervin doing? Why does this map always take this long to load? There we are.
Merwin immediately went to the navigation room.
Yep.
Where Sultan is. Went. Is he out or is he just in his home?
He might be getting acclimated to his home, so he might be in there, yeah?
I don't know how to, what the. I'm just getting out of that. I'm just like, Sultan?
Yeah.
Wait, like,
Yep. Yeah. Just stretches out of the thing, and then he's there in the room. Ah, Mervin. It's a fine thing you've made here.
yay! I'm glad you like it. So,
Guys?
I went on ahead. So you remember how we've got the thing downstairs that you said you could put an elemental and it could power like lots of things to make the ship better? What if I were to have, say, a gem which contains an elemental and we could, start to work on getting things ready for, powering stuff and improving the ship? Yeah.
That would certainly, make things a little bit easier, yes?
Just gonna reach that. I got gem, got gem, got gem.
Now, how's your understanding of the arcane?
I understand it.
Perhaps we could recruit someone else who could assist with this endeavor.
Sol, when she's back on the boat, she's good with magics. Yeah, we can start getting stuff prepped, like because I think we need to check the mythola thingy down below, get it ready for containment, and I'm assuming we need some way to store the power as well, so it doesn't just constantly try and rev up and go boom.
Well, that is what the containment device is for.
It stores it too. Yes. Okay.
But we should certainly conduct maintenance on the device first, and then with the help of your friend, maybe do an attempt before we actually summon the thing and see how it goes, and then judge how we proceed from there.
I've been told not to do the actual summoning until we have a couple of days at port by Captain. Probably run the test run by her as well, just in case. I've not done that before and got in trouble.
All right.
And I can start actually working on designs I can like flip through the sketchbook of just like all of the crazy plans.
Yep. All of the crazy stuff he's got planned. Well, let's go see the device first. Maybe do a little bit of work on it.
Okay. I've got some fancy star metal still from. Have you ever worked with that metal? Have you seen that before? Did I show it to you?
Don't think you showed that to me, but it is certainly.
Yeah, we got it from a Illithid ship that had crashed down in place. Can't remember the top of my head.
Gondolin. It's right there on
Thank
the
you.
map.
That's the one. Thank you. I'm here, cracks on my head constantly. I'm still
Don't worry, it's
doing
only
it. You
gonna get
can't
worse.
stop me. You can't stop me. That's a good one to pull up my notes. But yeah, we got it from that. I kind of spent the entire night putting bits of it because it's really cool.
Well, it certainly is that. If we could work it, it'd be quite useful, but.
I haven't figured out a way to work it yet. I've got a friend. Is he? I hope he's a friend. I like him. I don't know. That stuff's weird. The place of learning. Zook.
That was in Baldur's Gate.
That it was. Zookog spitting dingo. The Netheris wing. Here, the little clockwork birds. Did I have one of them to send those to him, or did I already blow that? I think I might have already used that. Next time we're in port, I'll send a letter to him.
Right.
How do I get a response? I don't know. He's smart.
Well then, my little friend, let us go down into the hole and, see about the device.
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Oh, one thing I should do before this, because I've gone towards this. Unless you're going to run to wherever the crew are, I said, is anyone grievously injured right now?
Oh, Mervyn, no? Why?
Good. I might be busy for the next... I don't know. I got a thing to build. What? And then just rushes off. If there's an emergency, let me know!
Sure, will do. Oh god, what is he doing now?
Yes.
Okay. Since you're, checking over the device, maybe tinkering with it a little bit, roll me, Tinkerer's Tools, Intelligence, go!
Maybe tinkering with it.
Is the Sultan helping me?
He'll observe, for now.
So no advantage. Damn it.
You're on your own, baby.
That's a nice boat. Oh.
Okay, let me just, make a note of this.
It's okay, the DC's only 40.
You'll need to
It's
make a
fine. The last
document
people
to
that
keep
tried the
track
high
of all
piece
this.
was found or only went boom. What's the high priest of God to a
27.
deranged fish?
Okay, there we go. Right,
I'm so,
after a while,
I'm so sorry.
the captain finds you on the hold.
Oh, you're not.
Ah, Mervyn. She sees you hammering away at it. I was told by the others you had some collected loot that might be, worth examining, perhaps selling?
I... Crackjaw was in a certain state of looting, and he just shoved stuff in my hat. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what's in it.
Well, let's have a look then.
Is Crackjaw around?
No, he's absent.
Oh. Because I don't know what he put in here. So the other alternative to get stuff out would be to get everything out.
Well, I guess we'll have
Actually,
to.
I can try this. He's gonna stick his hand and go. And try to think of the stuff that Crackjaw looted.
Well, what did Crackjaw
Good
loot?
quite a lot over the years, but
I
let me just
know
see what I.
it's
It
the
was the
pendants.
the
Yeah,
pendant, the
and-
scimitar, the ring, and the belt buckle is what I remember.
Yep, that's what I remember as well. But was there anything else? I don't know.
I don't think there was anything else in particular. And if there was, I don't remember where I wrote it. I think that was it.
Very well. Alright, let's see here. Are you looking the stuff over as well, Mervin, or are we just giving it to her?
Give me a second. I need a coin.
Oh God! Does ADHD overcome his ability to be smart?
It has not. Yes, he's looking over it with Captain.
Okay, okay.
We'll be identifying things as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, you look the stuff over. Anything you pay special attention to?
I feel like we'd looked at some of it before, but
I get that feeling
Um,
as well, but I don't remember.
I don't remember.
well, I get with my knowledge of magical items, can I just do a quick sort of look-see, feely, see what I think would be magical first, and then start with that.
I think we looked it all over at some point, but I can't remember when.
Well, either way, you do a quick pass and you don't think any of this stuff's magical.
I don't think any of it's magical, so I think you're good to just sell it.
Right, I'll add it to the hold. But the rest of the stuff we haven't sold yet.
I'll check it later today, maybe. Like, fully check it, because it's 10 minutes each time.
Fair, fair. Right, after a while, the rest of the people are all back on board.
After she takes order. Permission to go back to
Go ahead.
Hey!
And he's back at it.
Hmm.
Right, so everyone's back on board. Wes, the captain approaches you. Ah, Wes, you're here. Set us a course for Luskan. I think it's about time we try and arrange a meeting with the High Captains.
Aye, Captain. Buzz will go and consult relevant charts.
Yep. It's not a long track from here, and it's a part of the sea that you've sailed quite often.
Do you need me to make a survival check to navigate or not?
I don't think it'd be necessary. This is basically your backyard.
Okay, cool.
How?
Like, as long as the weather's not horrific, it's gonna be
Yeah.
easy.
How long of a journey is it?
Less than a day, if the wind is fine.
Oh, that means Merwin can't work through the night and catch up and sleep the next day before we arrive at Laskin.
Indeed.
Okay.
Let's see here. Oh yeah. Crackjaw.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a perception check.
Oh boy. Here he comes.
Okay. Okay.
Do I see him coming?
As you're pulling out of port, looking back at Neverwinter, you see a familiar figure standing on the docks. just staring at you. Then he walks forward and drops off the side of the pier, and he's gone.
Yeah, that's great. Just great.
You okay?
No, I gotta have a word with the captain about that.
About
We
what?
gotta tag along.
Where?
You just missed him, hon. You just missed him. Remember what Squidface said about, the pirate guy not being dead, that he's gonna come back and haunt my ass?
Is he no ass?
He's on our ass.
On your ass.
Your ass.
He's on my ass.
But yeah, your ass is on our boat, so he's...
He's on our ass by connection at this point.
So we should row faster, I take it.
Or throw Crackshaw overboard.
So, please.
I'm kidding. For now.
Row faster it is, then.
I don't know how fast he can fucking swim, but
Well, he's a ghost, he won't get tired.
Don't think he's swimming.
yeah, he's swimming, walking. Either way, Captain, can I have a word in your chambers real quick?
Alright. What is it?
We got a problem. Well, I've got a problem now. Problem that affects the boat.
Okay, what kind of problem?
You've heard of old wise tales about revenants, right? Really vengeful spirits from beyond the grave.
Perhaps I have, yes.
I think I've got one after me now, because, judging by the way that this... So, long story, gonna chop it up real fine for you. Turns out that Bartholomew Blackdagger is some sort of eternal, vengeful pirate, and I may have pissed him off a little too much in trying to stop him from killing those Yarrr thing.
Ah, I see. Well,
Yeah, not necessarily what I had planned or expected, but according to Yarrr, I've curved his ire onto me instead, so technically the job's done. But now we have a semi-immortal, vengeful spirit pirate following us. Well, me in particular.
well, we best keep an eye out then, and I suppose the boat will be the safest place for you right now anyways.
Yep.
Especially for moving around a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll... This conflicts a little bit with what Mervyn wants to do, but we can't stick around long anymore. If this is the case.
Unless
Hmm.
we know someone who can... I have never heard of a story of getting rid of revenants. Usually they always have really harsh messages to them, and are usually used as ghost stories to spook men hunting people they really shouldn't. At least among the bands. I actually have no idea what to do about this.
Well, we'll just have to put him down whenever he shows up.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's a tough little bastard.
And we'll just have to be tougher.
Yeah. But, just... we should be careful, because he might not just come after me. He might come after those close to me as a sort of
Right?
personal peeve.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. There's nothing to be done about it now. Well, thank you
So-
for informing me.
Yeah, no worries, Captain. And did anything happen while we were gone? Anything I should worry about?
Nothing out of the ordinary, I don't think, except, you know, Mervin's working on his stuff, but we'll see the consequences of that later, I suppose.
There's no. I don't suppose you know if there's any really holy types in Luskin. There probably wouldn't be. Not since I last passed through there, like, once.
Doesn't seem likely, no.
Shit.
Although...
Please don't tell me to ask her.
There
don't
would
wanna
be
ask her.
one person there who would know how to deal with an undead problem. Arranging a meeting, however, and actually going to see them is a bit of an issue.
Like a money issue or just an asshole issue?
Well, the one I'm talking about is Kashan the Red, Archmage of the
Oh.
Arcane.
Ah.
Most powerful necromancer in all the lands.
Yeah, no, that's, issue is definitely a word for it. Fuck. And yet, at the same time...
If anyone knows how to deal with this, it would be them.
Shit. Yeah. But that's the thing, though. How do you get the attention of the most powerful necromancer in all the Sword Coast?
How do you find them to begin with?
I think I have a way. It's not a great way, but it's a way. See, I picked up a new trick. I've been working on it for a while after I found... Remember that potion we got a while back? The one that lets you read minds?
Yeah, I think I do, yes.
Yeah. I can just do that now. To a degree.
That is convenient.
Yeah. I thought so
Hmm.
too. It's a fucking strain, I can tell you that right now. I can do it maybe once. As far as I can do. I haven't tested it out yet, but through
Hmm.
practice, yeah. If I do it more than once, my eyes bleed like a bastard.
I see, but I guess consider taking more prisoners for questioning in future.
Yeah. We didn't tell you what happened in the last... Did anyone bother to tell you what we did before we saw you?
No, I don't think anyone did, no. What? Did anything weird happen? Did you do anything important? Thought it was just some
a couple of-
personal business.
Oh, we had some pretty important bullshit. So no one told you about Madrid the Manny?
No?
Okay, so there's a particularly affluenced illusion mage who is living in the Tower of Cloaks. Turns out... Remember that sword I had a while ago? The one we picked off the weird alien man?
Yes. You told me
It's a
about
good thing I
that.
got rid of that sword, because we found a few more of them. They were invading the
Live
city.
ones this time.
Live ones.
I see.
Unfortunately, they had taken children prisoner and Madrid herself in order to get to, as you probably saw, Sol's new cloak, except they had a whole batch of them.
Well, robe, but yes.
Yeah. We managed to keep all the people alive, thankfully, but they kind of absconded somehow because of unfortunate circumstances.
See. But they got
most of them, but-
most of what they were after?
Yeah, we lost a pretty hefty payday.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that would have gone real well towards a
But
lot
maybe
of
it-
things.
No, maybe it is fortunate, because, if they want something enough
that's-
to actually go and get it, they'd be on us constantly.
Yeah, about that. So, there's a chance they might be chasing us in the future as well. Because of the road Soul has.
Depends on how many they need it, I suppose.
Yeah, probably less now, because we kind of cut a good few of them down. It's just when the unfortunate circumstances passed, the main one was gone. Cloaks and all.
I see.
So, odds are...
Okay.
We're also... Here's the good news. We got in contact with the Harbours.
Right, that's...
And,
okay.
yeah, it turns out our dear Mr. Breeze has an affiliation with Harbours. Who would have guessed?
I had an inkling to that effect, but okay. It's good to know for sure.
So the job that they sent us on, some former throne of some frost giant, I think, that was floating out to sea. We had to figure out where it was. No fucking idea where it ended up, but we found more of the society there.
Right.
We saved a lot of people, so we're in the Harper's good books for that. They gave us some new toys to play with. This helmet that lets me, as far as I can tell, understand any language under the sun and below it.
I see.
We met the weirdest fucking thing. I think it's called a flump.
A flump.
Yeah, some weird jellyfish ass looking thing. I tried to get it to join the boat, but it seemed to be real deterred against boats. I was really hoping we'd have it on board, because the damn thing can turn invisible.
Interesting.
Hmm.
We've already got quite the menagerie, no offense.
Oh, yeah, right. None taken. But, yeah, we had a bad situation. We got through it, saved all the Harpers. But I may need to... Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this. I may need to get Merwin to make me a shield.
Shield, eh?
Yeah, things are getting dicey at the moment. And, let's just say I took more than a hit when we showed up there. Turns out, some of these fucking...
Oh yeah, you look like crap.
Society... Yeah, I'm kind of... Well, more so than usual. But, I think we're starting to get a little over our heads at the moment, so I think I need to start working up, so to speak.
I see. Well, if you need funds... Well, once
No,
we...
don't worry about funds. I'm fine for funds. I just meant I'm going to have to take up some of Merwin's time.
That'll be difficult, but... Perhaps he'll put your needs first. We'll see. If you're looking for him, he's down in the hold working on the device.
Wait, he's doing that while we're at sea?
I told him not to actually summon the thing until we're in port for a couple of days, which now conflicts with what you want to do. Which is not be in port for a couple of days, so this'll be interesting. Good luck.
Yeah. Thanks. Hopefully this necromancer will be... I hesitate to use the word amicable, but maybe they can find use for a revenant in their collection. Ooh, actually. Maybe we could use that as a selling point. What necromancer wouldn't want an eternally vengeful spirit into their collection?
I can think of a few, but either way, let's get to it, I guess.
Yeah, that's all we have to report after the whole thing. I assume someone at least told you what happened with Yarrr and whatnot.
I think you did, didn't you? Yeah, you came back to the boat afterwards. I think you told me about it.
Oh, yeah, I did. Then we headed to... Sorry. Mine's a little fogged after, getting absolutely battered all day. And night. And day. God, Pella or above, we've had a shit couple of days, haven't we?
It's certainly been a few days.
Are the kids and crew holding up alright? With all that's going on?
I would say so.
That's good, at least. At least no one's coming after you guys.
That's the good thing about Neverwinter, you don't actually make port.
Yeah.
So, you can easily control who's coming aboard and who's leaving.
At least it's no Sahagin this way north. Hopefully it's too damn cold for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it, considering what happened in Gondolin.
Oh yeah, true. Crap. Alright, well, I'll leave you to it, Captain. I'm gonna check on Merwin and make sure he hasn't set up some sort of explosive in the hold.
I mean, all things considered, he's working on the Forgotten Realms equivalent of an atomic bomb, but sure.
What?
Nothing. That was the gods speaking.
Oh. I don't pray. Keep out of my head.
Right, so are you going to find Mervyn?
Yep.
Well, he's easy to find. Just follow the hammering to the hold. Let's hope he does not
Doesn't
work
say a
too-
word.
I hope he doesn't work through the night, because the crew won't be happy, because that's where they sleep.
Yep. I just don't say a word, walk up right behind him. Just stand there for as long as it takes for him to notice I'm standing there.
Mervyn, do me a perception check with disadvantage.
I was gonna say, yeah, how long are you planning to stand there?
If you don't interrupt,
If you-
it'll take at least 30 minutes for him to notice you, and then he only
if
will
he-
notice because you're blocking the light.
If he doesn't notice me in 10 minutes, I'll grab one of the crew's sandals and slap him over the back of the head.
Okay, make me an attack roll with advantage.
With advantage. Assuming just strength. Nope.
What's the damage on Sandal?
That's a miss.
That's a miss.
I'm just
No,
gonna
he's
keep
still
swiping at
going.
him. Just
Mervyn,
keep swiping at him.
there's a sandal flying past your ear.
Sandal flying past my ear.
Yep.
Okay, attack mode. Ah! What's attacking me?
Well, as you turn around, it's Crackjaw trying to hit you with a sandal.
I try and put him in the hat.
You try and put him in the hat?
Yeah, I try and like put the hat around his ears and pull down and put him in the hat.
Okay, make
So
me
you're
an
going to-
attack roll.
Does he have to make an athletics to jump that fucking high?
Oh, what kind of a roll?
You want to put it on his head and pull down. Okay.
In theory, yeah, to put him in.
Do me an athletics check first.
Please, God, don't fail me now. No.
Fuck you.
Okay, okay. Well, you've certainly noticed him now. And your first instinct was to bat him with your hat.
You're gonna shut up. Yeah. Can I keep going?
Okay, first, it's the middle of the night, and the rest of the crew is going to kill you if you keep hammering in their sleeping quarters. Just
It's not the
points
middle
to
of
the
the night
rest
yet.
of the crew.
It's not the middle of the
Owen.
night yet, right? It's still like dinner time.
Look outside.
Is it dark outside? Because Moen was going to stop when the crew started going to sleep.
Yeah, but would he have noticed?
Yeah, good point. Is it dark?
I'd say so.
Where did the sun go down?
About a couple hours ago.
I'm sorry? Let's
Oh,
get out
don't
of the sleeping
apologize to
quarters.
me.
I'm apologizing to the crew behind you. Let's
Well,
go have this.
boys, do you forgive him?
They're mostly just sitting about, just got a bit of the red eye going. Sure.
Let's go continue this talk in office so we don't disturb the rest of their sleep.
Yeah, come on. We're
So-
talking yours.
He's off.
Alright, boys. You should finally get that peace and quiet you fucking need.
Aye, thanks, boss.
Hmm.
If no one says anything, how am I meant to know it's blooming dark house? Grumble, 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 grumble.
How was anyone meant to do anything when me slapping you with a shoe was the only thing to get your attention?
There's your answer.
Right. 3 things. 1, please, please pay attention to the crew. I know you're excited to have this boiler, this arcane boiler in your ship. But don't let it overtake every ounce of everything you do while you're here, okay?
This boat is everything to me. You know that?
Yeah, I know. But
Which
the boat
includes
isn't the
the
only
crew.
thing he... Yes, the one you have completely ignored for the last 2 hours. You haven't even
checked.
eaten.
I checked before I started that the crew were okay.
Yeah. Hours ago.
As much as I hate to say it, we spend entire days not on this ship as part of the away crew. They are themselves adults. They can come up and talk to me if something goes wrong. None of them did.
Merwin, you outrank them.
Doesn't stop them having a conversation with me.
Do you realize 3 of them tried?
I think if people actually tried to talk to Moment, he would have listened. Like, Crackshaw didn't say anything to him, so how was he meant to know?
I don't think the crew would have like come up and said, "Hey, can you stop so we can sleep?" They would have just assumed it was too important.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Well, Togo is in the what's it called, the bottom thing of the ship.
Yep.
He would have said something at some point.
Fair enough.
It's fine. We'll sort it out next time. We'll just carry on as.
As is. Second,
Let's assume Togo has night duty today.
I know we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I do appreciate the work you do. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You may be an ass. I may be a bigger ass. But we're two cheeks on an ass at this point. Just trying to get through. We all are. And I don't know about you, but this shit's only gonna get worse before things get better.
Mm-hmm. Are you wanting the gun back?
No, that... Just... Like, just quickly take a look at the gun. Is the gun fine?
I think so.
Perfect condition.
Hmm.
He knows maintenance.
Ignore him
That
for
thing's
now.
like gets clean, polished, mechanisms checked after every fight. He's compulsive, but things need to be done right.
Mm-mm. No, it's fine. The owner doesn't need it back anytime soon. Third, do you have another shield?
No.
Yet. You have enough time to make another one.
How long would it take me to make a shield?
Hmm. Just a basic shield.
Mm-hmm. Just a basic kite or a heater will be.
Well, if you're not sleeping today, you can get it done by the time you hit port. But do you plan on sleeping?
I need spell slots, so yes.
Then you'll need at least until the next day after, if you find the time. It might just be faster to go and buy a shield once you hit Laskin.
Yeah.
Well, for now, if you want to use a shield, take this one.
Wait, don't you need it?
I do. It's a loaner until you buy one yourself. Or I make one. Whatever happens quicker.
Oh. You sure?
I mean, you're up at the front more than me. I mostly get in the way and stop people getting from, Saul or Crampford. Or being a cork in a bottle against a bloody undead.
Good. Thanks. I notice yours does weird shit. Is it the same weird shit that I do, or?
Pretty much. You just send them flying back a little bit. I think yours is a bit weird, but yeah, it's a repulsion shield, the Artificer Infusion.
Oh.
I want it back, though.
Yeah. Does it have more AC, or does it just push back?
Just +2 AC is just the pushback, I believe.
Okay.
Let me check.
Let's see here.
Oh no, +1 to armor class while wielding the shield. So it's a +3.
So, Jesus Christ, I've gone from 18 to 21.
Yep.
I've gone back down to 18.
Yep.
I know, 17.
Damn. That
You'll definitely want that
actually
one
helps
back.
a lot. Yeah. So, how does this work?
They hit you. You think, no, fuck you? And send them flying.
So it is like what I do, just
Yeah.
built into a shield.
Yep. Where do you think I got the idea from?
Good point. Yeah, makes sense.
4 charges, push 15 feet away, 1d4 charges, dawn.
Oh shit. I'll have to keep track of that. Actually, probably won't. I'll probably find a shield by tomorrow. Alright, cool. Thanks. This is actually Really cool. What is the motif on this?
What is the motif on it?
Yeah, what is it?
Shit, didn't think of that. What was the figurehead at the front of the ship that Moen would have carved? Do we have one, or is that something I need to decide as well?
If you've told me that, I've long since forgotten about it. I did not make a note of it.
No, I don't think we did decide.
What is the journey's figurehead there?
I don't know what the journey's figurehead would be, but I think I know what motif would be on the symbol.
Hmm?
It'd be a flying fish.
How did I know?
That checks out.
The
Yeah.
figurehead is a bust of Angela Merkel in a jaunty hat.
That'd be weird, but okay. Who is that?
Who is Angela Merkel?
I mean, who is Angela Merkel in the Sword Coast?
She still insists she's the Chancellor of Germany,
What is in Germany?
but no one knows what Germany is.
Oh no, she came from another sphere. Oh god, it's much worse than I had thought.
Oh god. We thought it was bad enough that there was the English, now there's the Germany.
Right, anyways. Well, since you're all deciding to sleep, you'll get a long rest in, so that's good.
Yay. Back to good chunks of HP.
And in the morning, you do reach Luskan. Hang on, let me put you on a place. There it is. Let's see
It's
here.
full of dots.
It is full of dots. Let's see here. Where is it? And I need another piece of music if I can find it.
Yarrr, fiddly dee, a pirate's life is the life just for me.
Let's go with this.
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free.
Right,
You
so-
are a pirate.
Luskan. The city of sails often conjures romantic images of a magnificent port metropolis, majestic merchant galleons with bright sails, and dashing swashbucklers who greet their enemies with a playful wink and a tip of the hat. In reality, Luskan is anything but that. It's a dirty dive with filthy streets, squat buildings, ramshackle docks, creaky old longships, and crass pirates thinly disguised as sea traders. Rising above the fog and the stench is the host tower of the Arcane, home of a league of power-hungry wizards called the Arcane Brotherhood. The ghastly tower branches into multiple thinner spires at the top. From a distance, the host tower might be mistaken for a giant leafless tree.
Well, it's just as inviting as the one time I came through here.
Is this linked with an icon? No, it is not. Why is this not linked? I'll just go and copy the other one from the other map then. Just to show you where you make port.
Oh, roll 20, you miserable bastard.
Indeed. There we are.
It's a beta.
And you make port at the open shore. That's a bit too big. With its seawall and the cannons pointing inwards as well as outwards.
Just as inviting as I remember it.
It's like a lovely city.
Ah.
Indeed. It smells just like I remember it. Right, Bob, you come with as well. You might need the extra muscle.
Soul's gonna go ahead and cast mage armor on herself. Just preemptively.
I see, I see.
But what can I... We're all probably gonna need to borrow you for this. Anyone who's got any loose valuables, probably safe to put it in the hat.
What if someone steals the hat?
Good question. Do you have a way to store the hat where it won't get stolen, Merwin? Can you put it in the bowl with you?
Well, Merwin?
Merwin?
Confidently muted.
Come to me. Well, if we put it in the hat, I could just put the hat in my room and lock it.
We might need the hat.
Then on my head is fairly safe. I mean, who's gonna steal my hat?
Just looks at the captain.
Well, then we best keep our heads on a swivel then.
Yeah.
And the captain hat's much nicer.
It's a... You've got a top hat and you're a fish, trust me. That, in itself, is probably worth pinching for some folks. Hell, they might just try and pinch you all together.
They like me around here. Have I been here before?
They'll probably just try to hire him.
I don't think you've been here before, but sailors usually like
Okay.
you, so it's fine.
Yeah. Sailors usually like me, so... It helps if I promise to fix their boats for them.
Let's hope that's all they want from you. Alright,
So-
Captain, you know this city better than us.
Aye.
Yeah, why we had a
While we're here, we might as well head for the guilds first. Get rid of some of this loot, maybe buy something.
You want me to get some of the boys to carry it for us, Captain?
Yeah, we can take care of it. It's not that much.
And we got the hat.
Oh yeah, we've got the
Oh,
hat. Definitely guard the hat now. Afterwards, we'll head out to the captain's court. See if we can't arrange a meeting.
Soul?
Hmm?
Just a off-brand question here. Have you had any encounters with the Brotherhood here?
Well, have you?
Professional discussions, but nothing worthwhile.
So...
I'm a neutral party to them. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Because I feel like if there's anyone who's got a way to find a person of interest, Captain, I feel like they'd be a good start.
Are we looking for someone? Who are we looking for?
What was her name, Captain?
What do you mean?
Something to Red? What was her name? I didn't...
Oh,
remember.
you mean the Archmage? Kashan, the Red?
Yeah.
Let's try and deal with the High Captains first, before we go poking the Hornet's Nest.
Does Soul recognize the name?
You know that Kashan's a accomplished necromancer. Single-handedly restored the host tower after it was overrun by undead a couple of centuries ago. He cleared it right out. Basically resurrected the order by himself. There's a reason he's the Archmage.
Quite literally. Being a necromancer.
I know that look. What do you know about them? They're going to be even worse of a problem than we assume.
Only if we make them angry.
Yeah, I don't
Just
really
don't-
plan on that.
Then we should be fine.
I'm assuming you're all aware of, well, what has now become our predicament, but is mostly my predicament.
Oh yeah,
What now?
Crackjaw seems to have a revenant on his tail,
Okay.
so we might see Black Dagger again.
Rather not, but if we must.
Just be prepared.
Yeah. I may have pissed him off a little too much. In trying to keep him off the target's tail.
Indeed. Right. Let's make our way to the guilds. Offload some of this stuff.
I got him.
Captain leads you into the city. Across the Blood Islands. Let's see here. You're currently right there in the markets. Let's see. The guild house looks more grandiose than I remember it, but they have been doing good business lately. There's no one I'd trust more to sell the old loot you pick up. Right. In we go. Anyone want to read the sign hanging over the door?
I mean,
Of
I'm
course.
keeping a damn eye out on everything in this place.
Okay. The sign over the door, in bold, big letters, says Triglios.
Oh, God. If he doesn't sing the tune when we walk in, I'm going to be
Please
mad.
tell me there's a new tune.
I don't know.
There'd be an old
Damn
tune.
We want a tune. We want a tune.
Right.
Fine.
Yeah, it's a busy hall. Salespeople here and there. For some of you, a familiar figure greets you. Ah! Miss Greysail. Haven't seen you in a decade at least. The usual? Yes, I would like to get rid of some goods, if at all possible. Certainly, if you just follow me and your associates can wait right over here. And she disappears with him for a little bit. Comes back after a while. Right, so did get rid of this stuff. Came out to quite a tidy sum, and you each get. Hang on, let me double check my calculations. Subtract this share for the crew and the captain. All of you get 182 gold coins each.
Nice. Okay. 5, 4, 6. Oh no. Mervin's got a decent chunk of gold to invest in this bloody project.
He sure does. He sure does.
Oh no.
Krapfen. So good to see you again. The work you did for us was excellent. In recognition of that, I recently acquired an interesting item that might interest you if you wish to purchase it.
What item would it be?
It's a Heward's handy spice pouch, which must interest you greatly, I think.
Spices always sound good.
It can be yours for 80 gold pieces, and there's an empty-looking pouch with 10 charges. If you form your hand into like trying to grab a pinch, and you reach in and think of a spice, you can pull out a pinch of it.
He has the 80 gold on on the table.
Yep.
Yes.
Immediately dumps the gold. Yes, please.
That's the name of it, and the description in the D&Ds.
Thank you.
Zappo.
You cannot stop. You cannot stop this man.
And thank you again for procuring those potions for us.
You're welcome.
Right, may I interest the rest of you in some of our goods?
Oh, hell, why not?
Miss Soliana, I didn't see you there. Good to see you again. Would you like to do a deposit or withdrawal?
To do a deposit.
If you'll just come with me and lead your way, and I'm gonna steal you into the sewer real quick.
Okey-doke. Hello.
Hello. It's good that I can catch you alone too. Have you considered investing in a cloak?
In a cloak.
Yes, while it's not common to find people who actually can identify what you're wearing, it's quite bold of you to walk around in what amounts to a small kingdom's treasury.
Yeah, this is a recent acquisition, and I have not had a chance to
I see.
camouflage, I guess is the best way. What do you recommend? What do you have?
Well, on hand, I have some more common cloaks like billowing or fashion, which are just so and so. If you're looking for something more expensive, I would have a cloak of protection for 2,800, or I can just send a runner and fetch you a cloak from a tailor if you prefer something more mundane.
I don't have 2,500. I have plenty of gold, but not that much.
Yeah, fair enough. Just, I guess I can fetch you a mundane cloak then.
Yeah, that's because the fashion isn't really my thing. I don't. Billowing is nice, but I could do that myself.
Indeed.
Yeah, just a mundane cloak would be.
He flags down a lad and just writes down some instructions for him. He'll be back with a cloak for you soon, on the house. Just in case you ever consider retiring, I'd be willing to find the right buyer for that robe you're wearing.
I'll
For
take it under consideration first.
A small commission of 10% of the sale price. And
Fair.
you are aware how much that would fetch?
I have a vague idea, but not.
To the correct buyer, that would be about 6,000 platinum pieces.
Soul kind of does the chuckle that you do when you hear something and your brain just kind of blue screens.
Yep.
She just thinks of the nice tower she could build with that.
Indeed. Well, if you ever consider retiring, I'll be here. I can certainly facilitate a deal for you.
I will remember that.
Right, so, deposits?
Yes, I would. I'm gonna deposit 200 gold.
Fair enough. He just fetches a ledger, makes a note, counts the coins, gives you a receipt. Here you go.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
let's rejoin the others.
Thank you.
Right, with that taken care of, is there anything specific anyone is looking for, item-wise?
I mean,
Is there anything Moen needs specifically?
Do you need anything specific? I don't know.
Like for the making of the of the stuff, things.
I think you've got most things that you need.
Okay.
Riglio.
Aye. That's the name of this establishment.
I could have sworn you had a shop in 10 Towns once.
Oh yeah, that's the side branch.
Hmm.
This is our main office here.
I remember that shop. Nice place.
Indeed, indeed.
And if I remember correctly, you're a procurer of unusual objects at times?
Indeed. We specialize in the trade of magical items. Amongst other things.
You got anything that can bring people back from the dead? I'm joshing you. I'm aware of how difficult it is to get something like that in your hands.
I mean, I could probably get my hands on the World of Resurrection given a year or two, but would not be cheap. You'd better be served finding a well-versed cleric and making the adequate donations required.
Yeah.
Well, do you have anything to keep people from dying? Like potions of healing?
Well, potions of healing, certainly.
Oh yeah, potions.
What is the roll today? Oh. Speaking of potions, do any of you want this? I'll take the potion of mind reading, because if not, I'll probably just sell it, because I don't need it anymore.
Why won't you need it anymore?
Let's just say I've acclimatized to its capabilities and have learned to do it myself.
Neat.
Eh.
But we maybe should keep the potion anyway. In case you're not around and we need it.
Well, that's
You
why I
learn to
said,
make
if
more.
you want it.
I can learn to make more. I'll take it.
Oh, no, shit, here. Take it. It'll save me having to worry about it. There you go.
Learn how to make potion of mind reading.
Let's see here. What could I have that might interest some of you?
Ragdoll's looking for a fancy new shield.
That too. Also, I've got this breastplate. So, quick question. Can I borrow you? Quick question. This breastplate of the Kraken. You think I should sell this or just burn it?
You could try to sell it.
I mean, yeah, like it's basically unused apart from the whole one day I wore it.
You're always looking for money.
I am always looking for money. Hey, Triglio, do you want a bit of... what's the word for it? It's not propaganda. What's the word I'm looking for?
Well, my name is not Triglios. I'm not that lucky, but
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I assumed main headquarters, Triglio's.
oh no, no, I'm not of that illustrious family. I am merely
What
a
is your name?
trader. Oh, Volgir. A pleasure.
Volgir. Nice to meet you.
Wait, why does that name sound familiar?
Perhaps we met in another life.
Maybe. Well, anyway,
Yes?
pick this up. Bit of a collector's item. Holds out the Kraken breastplate.
Oh, that is seen a
Yeah,
lot of
it's a
those
weird
recently.
collectible. Wait, really?
Aye, they've been cropping up all over the place. But it is a
Huh.
fairly decent breastplate, all things considered.
Hmm?
I can offer you 250 for it.
Oh shit. Silver or gold?
Gold.
Oh, damn, hell yeah. I'll take 250 for that, sure. There you go. So a bunch of these have been popping up, huh?
Aye.
Ah, weird. Because we've been hearing some weird things going on with the... What are they called them? The Kraken Sovereignty, Kraken...
Kraken Society, yes.
I,
Yeah, I am aware I am trying to put on bullshit. Society, yeah, that's the one. Been hearing some weird things coming out about them in the other cities recently.
Hmm.
Huh. Have you been seeing them around here, have you?
Not around here specifically, just in my travels I see things, I hear things.
Hmm. What kind of things?
Well, they've been active all over the Sword Coast recently, and no one quite knows why.
How valuable would that information be?
I'm not usually in the business of information, but it's not really affected us quite yet, so I can't really justify it either.
So what you're saying is it has to affect you before it becomes valuable to know what they're doing, instead of being prepared for it.
Perhaps. We do have our
Okay.
benefactors as well, so...
Shame. Because, we've had direct dealings with these incidents recently and might have heard some things. We might even know some things directly. But I suppose if it's not valuable, that's a shame. But I am looking for a shield, as my compatriot mentioned. Do you have anything a little above the average bar?
A magical shield. Well, if you can afford it. Do you happen to have 1,500 gold on hand?
Oh, that's a little bit out of my range at the moment. But if I did, what kind of shield are we talking?
Well, that would just run you the basic magical shield. Just a little, little sturdier than normal, yes.
Ah.
How much
Crack your
are you
solidly.
missing?
Melvin, you notice that spark that Crackjaw has when he has a bad idea?
Oh no. Is Mervin gonna notice and is Mervin gonna stop him?
If Merwin is here.
Merwin is here. I think Merwin's currently looking around at the different magical items. However, if he hears said stupid idea, he may act.
And what's the buying price of magical items? Is it 25%, 50% the normal rate?
That depends on the item and the, you know, the current market for said items. I'd have to judge each individually.
Just taps the side of the shield for a moment. What would the buying rate be for you for these shields? What is the current rate?
If you were to sell a magical shield... I could line up a buyer fairly quickly. Maybe 1,000, 1,200.
1,200 gold. That's not a bad price.
But I'm a bit leery about buying items recently. Recently got
So I'm trying to.
quite a nice belt that I assumed I would be able to sell fairly quickly. But it turns out it's quite specialized equipment and don't often bump into monks around these places.
Ooh, monks, you say?
Aye.
We don't have a lot of monastery types, but what does it do? Is it for the fleet of foot or something?
From what I've been able to ascertain, it directly improves their abilities, so to speak. I don't quite know how it works myself, but something about their internal energies?
I mean, do you not have a specialist in item identification on hand?
I mean, we do, but this item is somewhat of an oddity, and being made of dragon hide, it's a bit harder to deal with than normal.
So you're struggling to offhand it. How much are you trying to charge for it?
Well, I was gonna try and find a buyer for it for 1,000 gold, but it's been sitting around here for a little bit. I'd be willing to part with it for 700.
Just slowly turns towards Wes for a second, and just sort of in his head. Do you want it? Just nod or shake. I can maybe bargain him down. Ah,
Shake.
yes. Shake? Okay. Like I said, unfortunately we don't have anyone of that particular work class.
Fair enough.
Which was here?
Yeah.
We're all here, aren't we?
I was just wondering, I didn't hear him
Hello.
say.
They said shake, as in shake their heads. At least I'm assuming that's what that meant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Sorry, I
Oh,
did not
yes,
hear
you
that.
want it. Oh, I thought you meant shake as in no.
No, yes, I said shake my head no.
I didn't hear the shake come through.
Okay,
I see.
okay.
That's
Just
my bad.
Do you
clarification.
not want the item?
Yeah. Shady confused me, I'm sorry. Yeah, nah, unfortunately, even with our active movement, we're gonna have difficulty offhanding that ourselves. Maybe
Fair
you'll find
enough.
someone.
Well, I can always keep it around for a bit. Someone will buy it
So-
sooner or later.
Probably. So, is this the only specialty item that you've got floating around at the moment? Anything particularly unusual or exciting that's just been gathering dust or fallen into the store recently?
Depends on your budget, I suppose. Recent
Depending on
convers-
how interesting the object is, budget can be realigned.
Don't happen to have any archers in your party by the looks of it, so that is not of any use to you.
Unless you got one of them great bows I've been hearing about.
No, no.
Yeah.
All this stuff is out of your price range, but let me consult this ledger real quick. No, I won't do it all. 1,200 plus the cost of the armor, no. Another time perhaps.
Well, if you got nothing fancy, then if you got a basic kite shield or a heater or...
Well, that should be easy enough. I can go send someone to fetch one from the local smiths. That should not be very difficult at all.
Yeah, I kind of need to get my hands on one. I'm kind of using a temporary measure at the moment.
A borrowed shield, I see. Anyone need a ruby of the war mage, perhaps? No? Fair.
Well, what's it do?
Oh, it's a magical stone that you can attach to a weapon and use it as a focus for magics.
Any of you guys need that?
Doesn't seem like it's required.
We've already got a couple wands of the War Mage floating about the party.
I see, I see.
Can I stick it to a wooden spoon?
Certainly, that would not be difficult at all. Do you wish to purchase it? It is only 80 gold.
Does a wooden spoon count as a simple martial weapon?
It might count as a simple club.
It would count as a club.
It would be a bludgeoning weapon.
You can
Yeah.
cast with your spoon if you use this.
Yes.
Yes, magical spoon.
Yes! Yes! Woe be upon you, soup!
Spoon.
Spoon. Vicious bakery, then spoon about the head.
Yes.
I like.
Upgrades, people, upgrades!
Do you have any of those fancy goggles of night around here?
Goggles of night? Certainly, those
Yeah,
are
these things.
fairly common. Do a pricey though. Let's see. About 900 gold?
Never mind. Thank you very much.
Do you happen to have any tattoo needles?
I think that depends on the type.
Man, I wish I could have a tattoo. Doesn't work well on this. I suppose I could get engravings on the arms, but you know, I think they're kind of resistant to that too, which is kind of
Any
ass.
specific one you're looking for?
Do you have an Eldritch Claw tattoo?
Hang on.
Okay, first, Wes. One, what the hell is that? Two, how do you even know about that?
I'm a sailor, I know about tattoos.
Yep.
I mean, fair.
Let's see here. Da.
Mhm.
Let's see see here. Oh, this website I'm using is a bit older, so it's not in there, so I'll have to figure it out myself. Hmm.
Do you want me to have a quick peek?
It's in Tasha's.
Yeah, that's what I was checking.
Yeah, I found it. Let's see here. I mean, the equivalent would be a weapon +1, right? With a little bit on top.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I just have so much money, and there's very little magic items that are useful for monks.
Well, you've turned one down earlier, but
A pretty good one.
What did I turn down? I wasn't paying attention.
a belt that increases the internal energy of monks.
Oh, it's the the one that increases the DC. I don't think any of my subclass abilities
Yep,
actually
fair
increase
enough.
the DC. I think it only affects stunning
thought it was the
strikes. No,
Is it not the one that increases your key points as well?
no, it's just DC.
It's +1 to the DC of key features, and in addition you can regain the key points equal to the roll of your martial die once until the next
Oh,
round.
I didn't realize that. I thought it was just DC.
Let's see here. That kind of tattoo would run you about, let's say, 1,000 gold pieces.
Does anyone want to give Wes a loan? Okay, how much was the belt?
700.
It was about 700.
Okay, I'll take the belt.
Alright. I can put that in the D&Ds for you.
Valnar,
Yes?
No.
don't suppose this place is an all-purpose tool, right?
An all-purpose tool, you say? Hmm.
Yeah.
That's concerning.
That depends. That depends. Hang on. Hang on.
Ombre, the shield requires attunement, by the way. Forgot about that part.
Ah, well then. As soon as I get a shield, you can have it back. If I
Okay.
don't sell it.
Merlin won't let you sell it. He's too honest.
But money. 1,200 money.
No.
It's 1,200 money. You could buy the resources to make another one of that and have surplus money.
I could just make like a shield like that without using an infusion and do it the proper way.
I think we have one, but it is somewhat pricey. 1,200 gold pieces.
Dang it, good to know. But I
Just-
do not have that funds.
Well, if you
You
ever
do.
acquire those funds. He
I
does.
do not. Want me to sell you a gun for it? Exactly.
Well, do you have studded leather armor?
Oh, certainly. Just mundane.
Yeah.
Oh, that should not be very expensive at all. Are you sure you don't want it enchanted?
Not sure I can pay for that.
Fair enough. Let's see here.
How much is a basic enchantment on those?
On a basic strengthening enchantment would run you about 1,500.
Yeah, nah.
If you just wish it reinforced with something like adamantite, that would be about 500.
Wait. 500 in total.
Yes. Not magical, but it's pretty good.
Hmm.
Don't have the funds for that either.
Understandable. Studded leather armor would run you about 45 gold.
Sounds good. That I have.
Okay.
You want my old leather armor?
Mm. Mm. It is somewhat worn. See here. I can give you 5 gold for it.
Yeah. Then I have it off my hands.
Very well. Will that be all?
Well, I'm gonna buy
Oh.
a full healing potions if you have them. How much are they?
Depends on the kind. We've got normal ones for 50, greater for 170, superior 450.
I'll take one normal and one superior or greater. Which one was 170?
The greater one was for 170. The basic ones are 50.
Yeah, I'll take those. One of each.
One of each. Alright.
Oh, you know what? Probably a good idea to get this out of the way. Do you do coin exchange?
Certainly.
I got some copper and silver I want to plate up.
Alright.
Alright, so I got 300 copper I want to push up to gold and 180 silver.
Easy enough to do.
So that is 18 gold off of that. And get rid of 300 copper, brings it to 3 gold. That saves some space and weight. There we go. There you go.
Alright.
I would also have some money exchanged.
Yep, you can do that here.
And one regular healing potion.
Okay, 50.
Very well.
How heavy are shields?
6 pounds.
Oh, they're 6 pounds? I'm gonna think you. Saves me having to look it up. So just a basic shield is 6 pound. Man. Ugh. Never been a fan of shields, but at this point, they're starting to become a bit too necessary.
That they do.
Merwin.
Thank you.
Alright, anyone got anything else they need to get taken care of? Captain? Bob?
No, I'm good.
Has my
Oh.
cloak arrived?
Oh yes, it has.
Thank you.
Yo.
Yep.
Alrighty, I think everyone's funded up for the moment. Alright,
Well,
Captain, if there's nothing else you want to offload?
if you're ever more liquid in the coin department, do seek us out.
Thank you,
Will do.
Bolger.
I'll have a sentinel shield waiting for you.
Hold up. It's a sentinel? I thought it was just a base strengthening.
Oh, we do those as well, but I did not mention the sentinel one because it runs you quite a bit deeper than a basic magical one.
How much we talking?
17,000. Indeed. Well, you have a good day now.
You too, you too.
Always a pleasure.
Hmm.
Bye.
$17,000 for a shield?
You can hear
That'd be a
you
damn
can
good
hear
shield.
Crackjaw plotting a heist in his head.
If you get me materials, like the base, I'd probably make it for about half of that.
Yeah, if I had $9,000, I'm sure I'd have.
Wasn't it 1,700, not 17,000?
Oh, it's only 1,700?
It was 17,000.
It was 17,000.
17,000? Oh, fuck me, never mind.
Yeah, no, it's a doozy. It's really fucking good, and it's probably got more defenses than most of these people have hot meals, but you know.
Yep, some of these
Hey.
items can be quite expensive.
Soul is chuckling, but not really saying why.
Do you have any idea how much I could sell that for on the black market? God damn.
Well,
Get me the
let's
9 grand
play,
and I'll make one for you.
let's play
If
postal
I-
service.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
That
the
is what we
reason
came
we're
here for.
Now, Captain, I gotta ask.
Aye.
Do you think I should be probing mines while we're there?
If they catch on, we're not likely to leave the city alive.
Well, that's the thing. If I just lightly tap onto it, I can read what they're thinking at the time, and no one would have a clue. If I was to try and dig through someone's memories, there's a chance they'll catch on, though.
Best not to.
Aye. I wouldn't like to have the 5 fleets of Luskan after us, even if we do make it out alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. We might already. We don't know what's happened in this city recently. And they seem to have the pirates got their attention on this place since they moved the watchful eye of the harpers off of them. So they've probably already got them here.
Yes, it's a pirate city,
Aye.
allegedly. There
That
are
it
there are
is,
going to
that
be
it
here.
is.
That's not what I meant, but you know.
What better place to hide than in plain sight in a city like this?
Yeah, which is why I was thinking maybe if I do an open sweep, I might catch a thought of someone who doesn't
Stop thinking.
really need to be noticed.
Stop thinking right now. Just, we'll go do this, and then we can panic later.
I'm not-
You do this. You touch the wrong mind. We're dead.
Yeah, fair. Just saying, it would really speed things up if we catch them real quick.
It could
Or
also
make
lead
things
to our
worse.
deaths really quickly, too.
We've been doing that for a while now.
To you. Soul turns and starts walking towards the court.
How does she know where the court is?
She heads towards the bigger city. We were already heading in a direction. She's basically just turning in the direction we were going.
Yep.
Fair.
Which would be right here. The captain just walks up to the gate, pulls out the Lord's Alliance emblem, I would like to arrange an audience with the High Captains, if at all possible. Guard takes a look, leaves. Right. In case this goes wrong, we best be prepared to leg it for the ship, and hopefully we can get clear before, worse things happen to us. So just be on your guard.
Captain, I can get you to the ship very quickly if things go south.
That would
Well,
be
Sounds promising.
that
Soul,
would be
Soul worries
appreciated.
about the captain and her bum leg.
Yep. Her plan was to have Bob carry her.
I mean,
That's why he's
Soul
here.
also carrier.
Soul could basically dimension door to her to the ship, so
Yeah, Soul's got the easiest escape.
Indeed.
Soul
Well, you
can
could-
just basically grab her arm and blink out of it.
Reckon you could be wearing a hat during that time?
I mean,
Dimension door
doesn't-
reach that far?
It's 500 feet, isn't it?
it's 5. I'd be able to get a lot closer. It wouldn't be exactly to the ship, but I'd get her the hell
Most
out of
the
there.
way down the road. Yeah, it'd be
True.
most of the way down the road.
Yeah.
This map is
Well,
not,
I can do that
not
too,
accurate.
so.
It's not to scale.
I mean, the map is a scale down the bottom.
Oh yeah, there it is. So, square is 100 feet, thereabouts.
Okay.
Roughly, yeah. So, 30 feet is 500 feet, so you would get all the way to Blood Island.
That's a good head start, to be honest.
That's a damn good head start.
After a while, the guard returns. Right. The honorable captains will see you. You get led to the building in the middle of the enclosure there. It's a meeting room. Looks like an admiralty court with like 5 high seats looking down on like benches and a pulpit in the middle.
Ugh.
The captain steps up. Honorable High Captains, I come bearing 3 letters, one from each of the leaders of the cities of the Sword Coast, for your attention, and she hands them up to them. They get passed around, red, not lead. That comes later.
Excuse me?
Nothing. Compensation for an attack on board this gate? Is he out of his mind? That has nothing to do with us. Says one of them.
I do an insight check on this shit as it's going down.
Go ahead, roll it.
I'm just keeping a close eye on them all to see if any of them seem even less trustworthy than I would expect.
That seems true. Well, you can tell the Duke that Luskan has nothing to do with the attack on his city. I see no evidence here in this letter that would implicate us. Just because we're a city of pirates does not mean we are responsible for every single attack that happens. Is anyone gonna mention anything? No? Fair enough.
Does anyone remember anything that would implicate them?
I was a tiny tidbit of information that you learned, but not much.
Gonna have to give me a good minute for note reading. Unless anyone else remembers what they had to write down.
So
that
far
was
back.
that was Baldur's Gate.
Indeed.
Anything from Baldur's Gate that I wrote down. Cell phone, that's Queen's GTS. Sure. Purple Rock, Snow at the Isles, partially eating House Schwartz. Worries. The conch was the second city, so I don't think I've written anything down.
Fair
That
enough.
would make sense. Did anyone else? Please tell me someone else is better at taking notes than me, which isn't hard.
You don't want to know what.
We
my
know what
notes
yours
look like.
says. Yeah, we can guess. So,
No, I don't
please.
have much.
I'm looking. But I don't know that I have much.
Oh, hey, hang on. This page is upside down.
Was it something with Ramazov?
He was the guy we were there to save.
Here's the guy there. Yeah, we were there to.
Yeah, and he was captured by the Kraken Society, so that's... No.
Fair enough. Meanwhile,
Captain Callus ain't with this lot, is it? Is he?
what? Hmm.
Captain Callus isn't with this lot, is he?
You don't think he is?
I would hope not.
Okay.
Captain Callus was the tiefling man who tried to murder us with a boat.
Yep.
And then he got his ass beat by an unusual party of different versions. Yeah, I ain't got nothing. It's all on you guys. I ain't got nothing. Wes, have you been taking very particular notes?
No.
Fair enough.
Fuck. I guess it's all on you, Serenity.
Nothing comes to mind? That's fair enough. Doesn't have to.
It was a long time ago.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you can also tell Lord Neverember the same. Even though he did not ask for compensation, none would be given. Also, it is not our responsibility either. The captain pipes up. Are you sure about that? Bartholomew Blackdagger was the one who led the attack, and as she says that name, Captain Throa... Throa? Of Ship Turl pipes up.
Thrower. Okay, Captain Thrower, gotcha.
Yeah. Captain Throw Up, nope.
You're like,
Blackdagger, eh? I have evidence that Blackdagger attacked some of my own vessels in the past, which speaks against us being involved in this. From what I hear, he's a mercenary under that weird dragon near Neverwinter. You should take your complaints to them and not us.
just telepathically.
Aye.
Should we mention that he's in the city at the moment?
She slowly shakes her head.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here.
I am gonna tap the helmet just so I understand every language under the sun for an hour.
Fair
just
enough.
in case someone tries to
Just-
whisper something in different language.
Yep. And as for Silverhand, you can tell her that we of Luskan would never associate ourselves with the Sea Devils. So it cannot have been us that attacked her city. Although...
Does my insight still count for all this?
Yep,
Yeah. Any of this seem bullshit?
it seems... on the up and up.
Hmm.
Although, Sahagan working with petty pirates... Huh. Perhaps they're being... manipulated by some greater force.
Oh, just telepathically. Oh, Captain, I'm restraining myself here, but I want to drop the bomb on them. But do we see what they do first?
If you wish to investigate another haunt of pirates that is much more likely to be the source of your woes, try the Nilantha Isles. If there's nothing else, be gone.
Right there, ours again, huh? Got that written somewhere. Nope, that's stupid Frankensquid. That's not what I'm looking for. Matthew Isles. I remember writing that down. I read it moments ago, but which page? Sister Scumbucket? What the fuck did I write that for?
That certainly is interesting.
Pepper Rock Sacrifices, 10 tricks at Driftwood. Driftwood Docks. Where is that? That's... Oh, is it Driftwood Docks? Is this got Driftwood Docks? No. Well, that's not relevant. Okay, never mind. Nope, nothing to do with them. Come on, someone must have wrote more comprehensive notes than I did, surely.
No.
Clearly not.
Why am I the one writing notes when my notes are garbage?
Well, since nothing else is forthcoming, and you've been told to leave, Captain slowly steps down from the pulpit. Waves to you lot, right? Let's count our losses.
Purple
Well,
Rocks is at Nilantha Isles.
Purple Rocks is
Not
not
what it
in the
is.
Nilantha Isles.
Oh. Why have I got them connected? I guess they were both mentioned and I just wrote them down.
Indeed.
Yes. Oh, it's not there. I don't know why I wrote that page upside down. Makes no sense to me.
It's a flash of genius.
That doesn't sound like me at all. I guess if no one else has anything they want to add to this whole situation, I guess we're going.
Yep. Back outside in the fresh air, the captain turns. Well, at least we didn't get killed, right?
Crackjaw is just violently chewing on his broken lip.
Aye. I know the feeling. Let's head back, shall we?
Hey. Something's off.
Ah, you got that feeling
Something is
too.
really off.
Indeed.
This, like, something I was supposed to remember. Something. They seemed legitimate.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the name of the guy at the shop again? Vizier?
Volgear.
Vulgar.
Volgir. Okay. Never mind, don't worry.
Yeah, I was about to say you remember Volgi, don't you?
Nope.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
The start of the last campaign.
It's
Yep.
yeah, he's literally You know what? I'm not going to tell him. I'm not going to tell him. Because I turned to I've turned to my first page of my book, and he's the first name that shows up. I literally switched to the front page. I'm like, oh, well, there he is.
Yeah, he always shows up.
He does always show up. Captain, something is very off about this whole thing.
Aye, but we've hit a dead end here.
You have no idea how much effort it took not to probe their minds. Something is very off.
Aye.
You guys felt it too, right? Like, they said they had no connection. That they're not responsible. I swear I remember something about that, but it's just creeping in the back alleys of my mind.
That'll come to you in your sleep.
What, in like a month?
I didn't specify which sleep.
Yeah. Sol, tell me you felt it too. There was something about what they were saying that didn't make sense.
They believed it. They're not
Exactly.
responsible.
That's the thing. They believe it.
I mean, they say they're not responsible. One of them was even attacked by, well, your friend.
Yeah.
It is possible that most of them may not be involved. It only
Something
takes
about
one.
Something is very off.
Well, you have a
Holy-
revenant after you. Of course something's off.
Yeah. Things are weird.
There's the
Until we
creeping
can
dread.
remember-
There's the creeping dread of an undead pirate chasing you with very, very, very much glee. You're gonna think everything's off at the moment. And I don't blame you. That's not gonna be a fun thing to deal with.
It's a different kind of off. Like,
Are you just upset because you couldn't use your new toy?
no. It's off like the kid back on Gunderland off.
Well, again, and unless we can get proof that they're all mind controlled by illithids or were involved, there's not we can do.
We certainly can't go in there accusing anybody of anything on a hunch.
Aye.
As the captain said before we went in, we will die.
Yeah, well, last time I ignored my hunch, we almost lost our target.
Well, we don't have a target here yet. We have nothing.
Well,
except
are
the-
there any other people in the city we could talk to who might know something?
There's one big asshole company that will definitely not appreciate my presence, which is the worst part.
And then there are also taverns.
There are taverns which will appreciate my presence.
They appreciate your money.
Yeah. Now that's the thing. I can't remember there being any mercenary guilds in a place like this, but I might be able to dig up some info from them if any of them have passed through. But that's the worst part. I don't want to deal with them because they might remember me, but we've got to. I have to deal with this brotherhood.
Let's
If they-
regroup at the ship first. I'd best be getting back.
If they take business personally, I could be screwed on both ends. Oh god.
Well, let's head back to the ship. You can worry the whole way there.
Indeed.
Just pulls out his little booklet. It's surprisingly very, very neat writing for him. Just digging through notes, just trying to figure it out. Just.
And as you're walking back, the smog closes in on you. And you find yourself here.
Oh god damn it! Oh. Hi.
Roll,
Mason.
roll 20 is loading something fierce.
Yeah, that's an
What
oddly.
kind of map is that?
You
Uh,
know, Lord.
Is it not
Pretty
loading
detailed.
properly?
We're just down
in.
the bottom.
Yeah, we're at
Oh,
the
you're
bottom.
right. Okay, I'm perpetually loading. I'm gonna restart
Oh.
roll 20.
What are you?
Fun. This gives me a moment to look through my notes to try and find what the fuck did we miss.
Ah, there it is.
Oh.
Yep. You
They
spot
did say it was just a tiny tidbit, so.
it's easily missed, apparently.
I only had things that Togo himself heard in.
Yeah, I
Baldur's Gate.
I don't have much outside of the stuff that Soul would have heard. So
Yep,
I wish
fair
I
enough.
could roll for his memory. You know what would have been a really good feat? Having the fucking keen mind feat, so I could just go, Val, what do I remember? But no, I can't do that
Fair enough.
yet. Lock Mirage?
Crackjaw got his nose buried in a little book. You spot a dashing-looking fellow with a fishing rod over the side of the small bridge that you have to cross.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Well, as you approach, he turns. Ah, good day. Saw you pull in
Yeah.
earlier with the Lord's Alliance flag up on your mast there. Not a good meeting with the High Captains, I take it.
Mm.
It was a meeting. What? Why do you care?
Well, I represent a small union of sailors, and I've long tried to influence the High Captain to be more favorable to the Lord's Alliance, with the hopes of eventually maybe joining it. If you found the meeting with the High Captains a bit strange, I might have an idea why that is, but we can't talk here. Would you meet me in the small eatery near the docks in, say, 45 minutes? It's the One-Eyed Jack's, you
Oh.
can't miss it.
Or here's the thing. It just telepathically into his mind. What if you don't need to speak?
He thinks back at you.
Hmm.
This would be much easier if I could explain it to all of you all at once. The eatery is a safe place to talk. Away from prying eyes.
Huh. Can I do an insight check to see if he seems on the level?
Okay.
12. Not great.
Let's see here. It's definitely on the level.
Yeah, I figured. 45 minutes, huh?
Aye.
light bit peckish. A little bit of food would be nice.
Should give you enough time to escort your captain back to your ship.
Alright. 45 minutes. And, we have associates joining us.
Nothing but the usuals at the One-Eyed Jack's. No one you'd need to worry about. I'm Jalindan Belkir, by the way.
That's definitely a name that I will never be able to spell correctly.
You can try, but I can also copy-paste it.
That works too.
Oh, that's closer than I thought. Okay.
I was nowhere fucking. Jalindir. Jalindan, even. Alright.
Well, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance. The fish aren't biting anyways.
Well, this one's ours. Just elbows Merwin.
Good day to you.
Right, you.
And he walks off.
Mate.
And you lose
Look,
sight
Mervin
of him
has
fairly
teeth.
quickly.
Merwin's got
Okay.
teeth.
Alright. So. He can do what I can do. He seems on the level, but he can do what I can do, so. There's more to him than meets the eye. Be wary.
He
Just in
just
case.
think in his own head.
He just thought it in his own head.
He spoke it to me directly, I thought. 'Cause
Yep.
I can't read minds. Not without making it happen.
Well, let's escort the captain back and then let's grab something to eat.
Right.
Yeah.
If it seems like trouble, leg it. It's close enough to the ship that we can be ready to take off straight away.
Just, have us ready to go, just in case.
Aye. Right. Head back down to the ship. She boards. Right. Are you heading for the One-Eyed Jacks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bob,
Aye. Yup, boss.
keep an eye on things, yeah?
Yup.
And, if shit hits the fan, go.
Right.
Alright. Let's go. Have a chat. And a meal.
Right. Dingy streets later. You see a sign dangling out over the door to an eatery. The One-Eyed Jacks. You are in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh.
I cannot see.
Yeah,
That
but
seems
it's
quaint.
gotten dark by now.
I see.
Are you
Oh, I
doing
should
the
have night
usual?
vision now.
Oh yeah, your night vision is 60?
Should be
It's
60,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, 60.
It's not linked to your token. I'll have to update that manually every time for the next couple of maps. Mervin, are you doing the usual?
I won't tap it unless things start to get hostile.
Okay, fair enough. There's lights spilling out of the street
Yeah.
ahead.
Honestly? How long does that last? An hour?
No, not that long at all. I think like maybe.
Isn't it 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Something like
sounds
that?
great.
I'd still feel like that'd be a good option, just so you can see invisible things, which aren't necessarily always just people.
Sure, I'll tap it.
Okay,
Why not?
okay. That's 120, was it?
Yes, please.
And I'm gonna cast Mage Armor.
Easy enough to do. Doors are right here.
Let me just check what I have to cast. Oh, wait. I'll just tap the helmet again.
Yep.
Because it's at will.
Looking in the windows, it's a fairly dingy place. Couple of sailors, barman. Anyone opening the door?
I can see through it, so...
That's a
That's
That's
window.
the window.
Oh,
I'll
that's a
open the
window?
door.
Where the hell's the
That's the
door?
door.
Oh, there's the door.
Okay. You're up next to that door.
Oh,
Oh,
just-
that's the sign. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Push open the door.
What level of dingy are we talking?
Not terrible, not great. Slightly rundown
So
chip
it's-
shop.
Okay, so it's not down and dirty, but it isn't posh. Good
Indeed.
to know.
So good local food.
Indeed.
Neighborhood joint. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, good day, the barman says.
Oh, yeah.
Right this way, and he
Alright.
gestures further in towards there.
I'm just clocking everyone. How many of these people have open weapons?
Those two.
Hmm. I see. Those two. I do keep a clock on them, but
Ah, there you are. Come, have a seat by the fire.
sure.
Hang
Just
on.
in his head. Oop,
Just a
hang
second.
on. Yep.
Hello, Shady.
Oh no!
That's not the
Hello.
same man you saw before.
Pardon?
That's not the same man you saw before. That's a different one. At least he looks different now. Certainly wasn't wasn't a drow before. He certainly is a drow now.
Wait, the ones down below?
Nope, the guy that you're here to meet looks different. Sounds the same, but
Okay.
looks different.
Why is it just me that knows? Oh!
Yep,
I see!
yep,
True sight!
yep.
Shit!
And with that information, I return you.
Okay.
Yeah, you
And
pretty
yet-
much kind of recount.
And the back. We're back, more like.
Mm.
He gestures to the two lads. You two, the doors. One of them walks here, disappears in the kitchen. This guy, over here, steps out, closes the door behind him. Now, let us talk.
Sure. Let's talk. This is a safe place, you say, correct?
Aye. Is in control of the
Safe
Union.
enough. Safe enough to, you know, show your real face?
Oh, well now. I wasn't quite expecting that.
Just the smile from Crack Jaw at Merwin.
More perceptive than I
Yeah.
thought.
We're a bit cautious.
Where did I put him? Hang on.
So is he an illithid?
I
Don't you want to know?
Yes, I do.
misplaced
Because if
the
he's an
sheet.
illithid, he's in danger.
Did I put him somewhere
Where does
else?
Jesus, the Gazarites that you sat next to?
Did I put him
Like,
in here?
If he was a guess, that'd be very concerning. But it would be even more concerning if it was Bart.
It could also be about.
Where the hell is his sheet? I have his
good.
sheet.
Oh.
The token is linked to a sheet, but where is it?
Can you
It's
search through the
enchanted.
downloads? You should be able to
Roll
search through
20,
your
Ada.
library downloads.
Oh,
Roll
there it is.
28.
It didn't come up in the list, but when I type in the name on top, I can search for it.
There you go.
Very well. No disguises then. You do so take the fun out of things like this, but oh well.
Is he
It's all just
remotely
kind of-
familiar?
Zol just kind of mutters, they're good at that.
Well,
Just
take a seat and I'll introduce myself again. Let's see here. How do you pronounce this name? Well,
you get one shot, one opportunity.
I get one shot. Jalaxel Benray, at your service.
Jeez, okay.
Jalaxel Bandre. Okay. Yeah, that's a Yarlaxel. memory. Is he remotely familiar?
You may have heard of him before.
Interesting.
Soul certainly has. She's heard stories.
Yeah.
Right, so I take it the meeting with the High Captains didn't quite go as you planned.
Well, I wouldn't say we necessarily had any plans for them.
No,
More
we were just here to deliver messages and maybe see what
Maybe
was happening.
find out why Luskan is showing increased leniency towards pirates not of our fleets, perhaps?
A little bit of that.
I can take some of the dread off, perhaps. The High Captains haven't changed. They've always been like this. Now the thing is, they have changed their policies a little bit. And there is only one organization that can make them do that. I would like
So-
you to investigate them for me. Simple as.
Well, that bears one of two questions, I suppose. Are we talking squid or are we talking the fraternity?
The Brotherhood, of course.
Right.
My thinking is, one of their number is influencing the High Captains somehow. To what end, I do not know, but I do not like it.
Would you like a hint?
Does it perhaps have something to do with that new Sea King, perhaps? Or
Well,
whoever is
if you-
pulling his strings?
We may have some experience with that.
I see. Well, if the same people that are pulling his strings have got their hooks into the Brotherhood, we're in trouble. I'm hoping it's not
Indeed.
widespread corruption. I'm hoping it's just one of their higher members affected, but that's the rub. I know where one of them is. I have no idea where the rest of them are.
Well, that'll be a good starting point, because I
Indeed.
really don't want to go walking up to their front door. Not without,
Well- That is exactly what you'll be doing. But I've got a legitimate way for you to get in there. You see, Kashan the Red, our very own Archmage here, is waiting for a shipment of materials, which just so happened to fall into my hands. You could simply deliver it for him and they'll let you walk right up to his office. I'm pretty sure he's not our problem, so you could just ask him where his associates are and he might even tell you, just to get you out of his hair.
That is actually a very convenient situation. Because, I have a reason to meet, if momentarily, with this Kashar the Red.
Well, then this could be a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Indeed.
Just to be clear,
Indeed.
I'm not asking you to assassinate a member of the Brotherhood. Simply find out if one of them recently changed a lot. And then tell me at the Eye Catcher, a tavern in the harbor of Luskan. And we'll deal with it together.
That is agreeable.
Question.
Yes.
Just for those that don't know, how many higher up people are there in the Arcane Brotherhood?
Well, there's Kashan the Red, the Archmage. Then there's Zelen the White, the Overwizard of the West. Then there's Jendrik the Blue, the Overwizard of the South. Tava the Grey, the Overwizard of the East. And Rhett the Raven, Overwizard of the North.
Could I get a list of those, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I'll just,
And other question. Any of them interested in, you know, older cities or engineering type things? Curiosity.
She's
Engineering
starting to, like,
type
very
things.
subtly shaking her head, doing the.
No, I wouldn't
Shut
think
it, shut
so. Mostly political actors in search of power after everything else.
Fair enough. I won't ask about my things then.
Down the red, selling the white. Ugh.
They've got a red one, a white one, a blue one, a grey one. Then a raven? Don't make sense. Don't fit the pan. Must be them.
Raven as in the color.
Raven's
Raven.
a colour?
Raven black, yeah.
Sweetie.
Why would you just say black?
Because
Because
they're
fashion
pompous.
doesn't work this way.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Fashion don't make sense.
Never does.
Okay.
That's why it's fashion. Apologies, they're
Indeed.
excitable.
Don't mind me, I'm just here with my raven top hat.
That's... I'm just
Ah,
gonna let it ponder that one.
indeed.
So... Deal with it together, huh?
If it becomes necessary, yes.
Hmm.
I might keep a little eye on your activity, but we'll see if it becomes necessary.
If it's one of the oval wizards...
That is what I suspect, in any case.
Hmm. So...
Are
We
they all
have-
here? In Luskan?
We don't know.
I don't know, I just know where the one is. 'Cause he never leaves his friggin' office. Otherwise I would have already
Shall we?
questioned him myself.
There is... Well, if we're openly agreeing to a mutual beneficial relationship here,
Indeed.
there is one potential connection that we are aware of.
Oh. Let's hear it then.
How acquainted are you with the Kraken Society?
I've heard of them, they've caused trouble before, and they've become more active recently. That about sums it up for me.
Recent dealings have got us both in contact with Tentrix's forces of late, including a rather unpleasant Bartholomew Blackdagger.
I see.
And the Kraken Society that seems to be working in tandem with Tentrix forces, including, unfortunately, what it seems to be the Spell Kraken.
But why?
Oh, wait. When we were
Yes?
when we were meeting with them, one of the folk we met with, the blue one.
Hendrik?
When we you know sneaky with Lady in the Hat. Wasn't one of them the blue one?
One of them did mention that they were called Blue, I feel. Yeah.
Was that me going mad? Or do I remember that?
It does sound familiar. We didn't see his face, though, I don't... Wait, did we see his face, or did he have a mask?
Hmm.
You said my notes were worthless. Yes.
When
You
was this?
implied they were worthless.
Shush.
Yes, when was this?
Not too long ago, less than a week, maybe a week and a half at most, if that.
Where?
Off the coast of Baldur's Gate.
Hmm. What
We
was
may
that?
have.
What was that place called?
I don't think it had a name, it was just. Hang on.
Hmm.
Nope, all information that is gone from my books. I don't know where I put it.
Fair enough. And I can't find it myself either, but Well, if it was a week ago or two, they probably moved by now to another location. But that is interesting if it's certain. Well, you could ask Kashan the Red about the location of Gendrick the Blue. That would certainly make it
Nice.
easy if it's just that one we need.
Hmm. The one thing we still haven't really managed to pin down is why is the Kraken working either with
Or
or
for
for?
Entrix. Why?
Because I can pretty much guess that if there's any reason this Brotherhood member would turn, having access to hidden knowledge that the Kraken's been holding onto would be a very tempting treat.
Hidden knowledge, power, that after power. Yeah, that checks out. That would be how they turned them. And if it's Gendrick the Blue, that would narrow our search down right quick.
We'll see. It's just a hunch and just a weird little thing that was digging in the back of my brain. But because he was with someone else as well, so it could be, or they. I don't know if he was a he. There was a two that came and spoke to you. I think so.
They were talking to our unpleasant follower.
Okay.
Unpleasant follower, you say?
Unfortunately, that is information we will need to keep privy for now.
I see. Very well.
It's nothing against you. It's just
No,
a
I understand. I
situation.
understand. Don't trouble yourself. So, would you agree to pay Kashan a little visit?
Well, considering I have means to want to talk to the greatest necromancer on the lands, yeah. I think this is more than a fair trade of dealings.
I suppose
Sounds
so.
good.
Very
Well
well.
then.
He snaps his fingers twice. Shoves a fairly large crate out the kitchen door. Goes back in.
Well
Just
then.
take that to the tower, and they'll let you right in.
Is there something we should do in the morning? Or do you think you'll be
I don't think.
unconcerned about delivery times?
I think that should not be an issue either way you like to play it. I don't think that man ever sleeps.
Or breathes? Or drinks? Or eats?
That I'm not so sure on.
Well then. Is there any drinks on the table?
He would have poured you a drink or two by now.
I just grab a cup. Well, we appreciate the good meal, the good drink, right?
Oh yeah, you can certainly stay for a meal if you wish.
Well, I was wondering if everyone else was enjoying the time here.
I got too caught up in being revealed this easily I forgot my manners.
Yeah, not to worry.
Oi,
I have a
Steve!
tendency to be...
Fetch my guests a meal.
Steve!
Any preferences? Mostly seafood on the menu today.
For me?
It's fine.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
But is it Steve?
We don't know.
This
Is
the
it
second Steve we have
Steve?
met.
It's Steve question
This is
mark.
the second Steve.
Yep. Right. After a while, appears with a big platter full of like seafood, mussels, lobster here and there, crab, on a bed of
Ooh,
like
lobster.
noodles. Smells pretty good. Places it on the table, goes back behind the bar.
Well, I shan't be one to turn down a friendly meal between associates.
Comrades.
Oh, Craftman's already eating.
Soul started to dig in.
Yep.
Crack Jose trying to do his best manners as like, yeah, whatever.
You've got
Soul
yeah,
said
you've got
thank you.
Moen has said thank you, but have immediately tucked in as well. Thank you.
Yep,
At least
he's gonna secure himself a little bit as well.
I just try and at least hook a little bit of lobster because lobster's pretty hard to get a hold of.
Is it though?
I don't know.
You want
Is it
lobster?
No, lobster would be fairly plentiful. It's the cheap meat.
Yeah,
You want-
lobster and oysters have historically both been incredibly working class foods.
They're the
Yep.
poor people food. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you want lobster? You just have to ask. I can just grab some.
listen. I work on the land 90% of my career. I survived off poor people's beef.
A lobster.
You want
Soul
any
pats him
fish? You
gently
just have to
Soul
ask.
pats him gently on the shoulder. Enjoy your lobster.
Thank you.
I do prefer mine, not deep fried, but boiled in the shell is quite nice now and again as well.
Deep fried.
Ooh.
Just picks up a claw, cracks it open between thumb and index finger, like that.
Nice. I try and one up him and crack it between my knuckles and my metal arm.
With the metal arm, that's possible, yep. Had you tried it with the other arm, you would have struggled.
Yeah. He's strong, but he's not metallic arm strong in his right hand.
Moen's just munching on whatever it is. What is it? How do fish like? How do fish eat? That's a question. How do catfish eat?
Do catfish
They
have
just
teeth?
They
absorb.
must just
They just
swallow
suck it
and
in.
fall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't chew.
They're bottom feeders.
Yeah.
Usually eating mud with things in it.
Most fish don't chew unless they have goddamn teeth like sharks. And
Yeah,
even then,
catfish
it's
just
just rip.
If
Even
it's
sharks
in,
don't chew.
yeah,
No,
they just
they
if it can fit in the mouth, they just nom. I see.
Just an
Yeah,
entire
they-
crab disappearing down the gullet.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah, just puts it in his mouth. And goes, "Ooh."
At most, they don't chew with their teeth. They crush it between the palate on the roof and maybe a strong bony jaw. But that's about it, as far as I'm aware.
Most animals just rip pieces of meat anyway.
Yep.
Swallow
Mm.
them.
Oh, but this
Especially-
catfish does have hands.
This catfish got hands.
Yeah,
Yep.
hands, no manners.
Speaking of ripping flesh, can't trust any rabbits. They'll rip your
Mm.
throat like right out.
I remember a historical tale of these poor knights who ventured too far into rabbit territory. The White Death, they called it.
Alright, anyways. A fairly pleasant meal later. Right, I best be about my business then.
Of course. And, let
For
me
most
just say,
of you, he looks like the first time you saw him.
Hmm.
As you were saying?
Well, I was just thinking, it's nice to meet someone of similar talents.
Indeed.
Not often I get to talk to someone with, well, similar abilities of a sort.
We are in the same line of work after all.
Indeed. Perhaps we'll see each other sooner than we think.
Perhaps.
Well, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to scroll down so far. There we are. Well, I hit the roads again. Right. Do you want to wait until morning, or are you gonna head to the host tower now?
What time is it?
It would be like it was early evening when you first met him on the bridge. Couple of hours later, so 10 at
Would
night.
be a suspicious. Go this late.
Late morning.
Yeah.
Waiting till morning.
Man, I was expecting a lot of things, but, that was a name.
Didn't even ask him the
Glad
name
he's
of
on
his
it.
union.
No. But I think Crackjaw would know.
Yeah. Crackjaw would know.
Interesting. Alright.
There's Tomberry.
Oh. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right.
Interesting.
So you make your way back to the ship. You set a watch. And time passes until morning. How early do you want to set out for the host tower?
How early does Soul usually get up?
Well? Is Sol an early riser?
Soul is confident he muted.
Indeed,
Or absent.
indeed. There's a very whimsical
Cat
music for
maker.
this.
Yeah, just a bit. Did you say she'd be RB? Did we miss it? Oh.
I don't see it anywhere.
Would the crew already be awake for me to get in an hour or so of work before?
Some of the crew
She gets up to
certainly.
Well, they would wake up at least.
Yep.
I would not if it would be rudely awakened. If it's like the night shift workers, I'm sorry. But if it's like the
Right.
general crew aren't awake, I would not.
mean,
Roll me a d20.
Hmm.
No, actually, roll me a wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Yep.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay.
Very
Okay.
wise.
Very.
Very wise
You
today.
can resist the temptation to start hammering at 4 a.m. You hold out until 6, and then you get to work. Everyone on the ship is rudely awakened by the sound of hammering.
I see Serenity is back. Serenity,
I am sorry. I ran for some water.
Indeed.
yeah,
we
that's
would
alright. We just want to know
Go ahead.
what time does Soul usually get up? Is she a very early riser or is she a late riser?
We're in the middle.
In the middle?
Either way,
Yeah,
everyone's
so-
up at 6 a.m. because Merlin's hammering.
It's Merwin's. I mean, it doesn't matter right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
The alarm clock has been set, and it's for everyone.
Oh, Quackjaw's usually up at the first light, so. Well. Fuck it. I'll let him have a little bit of playtime. Gives me a chance to get my reps in and keep an eye out for black nuts.
Boss, who the hell's Black Nuts?
A complete asshole. You'll know him if you see him.
Right,
He'll be walking around or just standing there, menacingly.
right.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Don't
get
don't try
some
your luck with him.
get some exercise in, I suppose.
Mm-mm.
Most of you eat breakfast, I think.
Rapman's preparing breakfast for everyone.
Indeed.
Excellent.
Do I do a roll or?
A roll. Yes, roll for breakfast.
No, for a hammer.
Oh yeah. Okay, sure. Do it.
One.
Okay. Okay. I'll make a note
Meh.
of that.
He's only drawing attention to the ship. I'm sure it's fine.
Right. So, you set out.
Yeah.
I guess this is late enough in the morning where we won't horribly frustrate the Archmage of a rather unpleasant individual group. I'm just gonna lowers the helmet, covers his face as best he can.
Fair enough.
I made some fresh pastries we can bring as a present.
Oh yeah,
know
new
what?
day.
Yeah, under these circumstances, yeah, fuck it. Who knows?
It might work. What
It
did you
might
put
work.
in the pastries?
I had some
Why not?
juniper berries.
Oh, okay.
Spice. Just
Okay.
unequivocal amounts of spice.
Like puff pastries and juniper berries and whatever else I had on hand.
Okay. Didn't you have shark meat?
I don't put shark meat in there,
Okay.
and we already
do
ate
not-
that.
Please do
Okay.
not put
And it was
flake in
squid. Well, we have
yeah, it
we
was
have
squid.
a barrel of salted shark. I have a barrel of salted shark meat and 4 pounds of squid meat
Nice.
and edible seaweed as well.
None
But
of
I'm
that's
not
in
gonna
the
put that
pastries. Okay.
in the none of that in the pastries. No.
Oh, it's good to be back on 20 AC.
Same.
Right, so you walk across. Okay.
Potions. Wes, if things go tits up, take this. It's Potion of Boldness. It basically gives you the bless spell for how long?
I think wasn't it like an hour or something?
Minute.
Ridiculous like
So-
that? Oh, it's just a minute. Okay.
Just a minute, so yeah.
Right. The air is a bit clearer in the morning. You walk back across the bridges, through the ruins of Ilisk, and up to the host tower of the Arcane. You see
Great,
various people
carrying it
milling
free.
about, wearing robes and hats, wide-brimmed hats.
How wide are we talking? Like Big Hat Logan wide, or?
Not quite that wide.
Oh,
Wider than Soliana's hat.
Yes.
Yeah. Wide.
rude.
More powerful than her.
They have wider
Either-
hats.
The size of the hat doesn't matter.
It's not the size of the hat that counts, it's how you use it.
People
Like a
have
hat.
people thought.
Technically, I don't have to use the hat.
Don't say that. You ruin his childish imagination of how hats work. I mean, look at Merwin's.
Moment's hat is tiny.
He does have a tiny
And has a bag of holding stitched to the inside.
hat.
Right, so you're outside the host tower. What are you doing?
Knock on the door.
Door swings open, you see like a... What would be on the ground floor? Oh yeah, that would be some counters, benches, people milling about.
Are there any guards or?
Not that you can see.
Guess we can just walk in.
Hello. Who might you lot
Yeah,
be?
Who's speaking?
You look around. You don't see anyone.
Oh, we're here for a delivery.
A delivery, eh? Hmm.
Archmage Sean.
Oh, no. You should have said that earlier. Over there, up the stairs, all the way up. Go.
Thank you.
Starts walking.
Yeah, you walk
Why
past a very
stairs?
tiny gnome. Togo wasn't looking down.
Nope.
Right. We make your way up the stairs.
Yeah.
Everyone do me a constitution save.
It's
I
very
hate
tall stairs.
stairs.
Constitution save. Bam.
I hate stairs.
What is it with you guys and stairs? Merwin! He's finally learnt to climb stairs.
Indeed, we're just
Hey,
waiting
the
on...
issue has never been having energy to climb stairs. He's full of it.
And I actually, that's
The
a
issue's
16.
been the stairs are slippy.
That's
Indeed.
a 16 for Soul because her robe gives her a +1 to saving throws.
Nice. We're just waiting on
Very
Wes
nice.
for a con save.
Who looks like they're struggling the most? Togo, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna flash my G's go to her. Come on, let's go. We got this. And give him a... How much is that? It's a +4. Oh, never mind. I should have given that to Wise. Whoopsie.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's fine either way.
Yeah, one of them gets a
Togo-
+4.
Togo, Krapf, and Wes, you get winded by the about 117 flights of stairs that you walk up.
Makes sense that Soul's fine walking up a bunch of wizard towers.
Mm.
Yep, you've got training.
Crap was gonna eat one of her one of the pastries she made for the Archmage. It can't be
Thank you.
found if just 7 of them.
Find yourself in a small, cramped room with a door. Right
Would
there.
it not just fly?
Where's
I've got the
Fly?
great-
Up the stairs?
Yeah. Where's this got boots of flying?
Okay, that
Or
works.
winged boots. Sorry, winged boots.
It's a spiral staircase, but you can certainly fly up it. Okay, you're not winded.
That's cheating.
Well, there's a door in front of you, Crackjaw. Would you like to open it?
I knock.
No response. You think you can hear the
Okay, open it.
shuffling of papers.
Delivery for Kashan the Red.
No response.
Just open. Soul just opens the door.
Okay. Let me do that for you real quick, if I can grab it, without grabbing Crackjaw and deleting him forever. There we go. The door opens into a messy study. You see skeletons milling about, sorting papers here and there. There's papers strewn all over the place, and you see this guy. Was it Shift Z? Yep, that's him.
That's a
Yep.
wizard, alright. That's a wizard. Yep.
Yeah, that
I know the type.
Bent 90 degrees at the waist over a table.
Got your delivery. Where do you want it?
No response.
Telepathically into his head. We got your delivery. Where do you want it?
Turns around. Who are you people? Right there. Points on the floor right here. Speak up, will
I'll
you?
sit down.
Don't scare
this
an old
point, I'm
man
just
like
like,
that.
Just at this point, just telepathically. Yeah, I'll do this. It's easier.
That's rude. Right.
Sorry, we tried words and you're ignoring us.
It's because you didn't say
Sorry.
anything.
We tried. Sorry, sir. Got a couple of business objects to pass by if it's alright.
What you want?
We're looking for one of your associates. They've gone a bit missing. We're looking for Gendrick the Blue.
How am I supposed to know where that guy is? Ask Selen over at Neverwinter.
Who?
Ask Zelen over in Neverwinter?
Yep.
Or
So we have to go talk to Zelen the White. Great. Alright, second order of business. We need. How do you deal with revenants?
Well, evidence, What
Or how
you
do
do?
you get them off your ass?
What you do to him?
Beat the shit out of him. Insulted him a bit, threw him around, stopped him doing his job.
Oh, well,
Really?
screwed up then, did you?
Well, didn't know he was a revenant at the time, so technically, yeah.
Just gestures to one of the skeletons. Skeleton does a cool flip on the way over.
Now that's Steve.
And he pushes some sort of amulet into your hand. There.
Oh.
Don't take that off or lose it.
Okay. Just hesitates, looks at Soul, just so like, do I just check this fucking wrong or do I check it first?
Just do it.
Alright, just puts it on.
Okay.
I'm assuming this is what I think it is.
Is it? Who knows?
I mean, if it is, that's great for a lot of reasons.
Right.
Thank you.
We brought some
Alright.
pastries.
Oh, right, we got food for you if you want it.
Sure,
I should
whatever.
let them float over with Mage Hand.
He looks for a place to put it down on. Everything is covered in paper.
We could eat them, then you wouldn't have to put them somewhere.
Just got a point.
He waves over the skeleton. The skeleton just
Holds the
hands
plate.
hands out, palms up, puts the pastries there. Well, I'll eat those in a minute. Work to do.
Just out of curiosity, can we see what he's working on? Just the immediate thing he's working on? I'm not going to bother looking at everything in this room.
Do me a perception check. You're trying to peer over his tables, and good luck with that.
Perception check. 18. Not awful, probably not enough.
You've got no clue.
Alright, I think that's everything we need.
Right.
Yes,
And fuck off.
so... Yep, nope, shit, yep. Unless you know where Tyra and Dread are, by any chance.
Who? Oh,
The other.
Tyra the Grey, Druid, Raven.
David the Grey. Druid the Raven. No idea.
No idea. Fair enough.
Not my job to keep track of all these people. My job to sort all these papers. Ah!
And you're doing great work, big man. Have you heard any of them behaving strangely lately? Stranger than normal. Soul shrugs in the way wizards do.
Meh.
All right.
Fair.
He's already back in his papers.
Alright, we're done here. I think. Unless just gives eye to Soul, like the knowing eye of like you want to peek at something before we run.
Soul shrugs. She's not into necromancy.
Yeah, fair enough.
It ain't her bag, baby.
Not anymore. Alright, let's shuffle on, people.
Never was.
So I went up all these stairs for like 5 minutes.
Yep. I mean, hey, it could have been worse.
I think it'll be easier going down than it was coming up.
Could have been better.
Stairs. How are you guys holding up with those stairs, by the way? I'm assuming we're starting to leave.
Still hate stairs. In that quantity.
Is there a banister?
No.
No, it's just a spiral staircase.
Damn it.
You know, if you sat
do
on
have
your
a
shield, you
shield.
could
I know. I know.
I could just dimension door my way down there.
Wait, does a staircase have a side, or is it just an open-sided staircase? Can he toboggan his way down this 170 flights of stairs? And can he piss off every Arcane Brotherhood member from the top of the tower down?
Let's walk down. Just gonna take ages.
Hey, it's easier on me. I don't have to carry the crate.
Indeed.
Man,
Well.
I can't believe he just gave me this. So, by the way, at some point, can you tell me what this does?
While walking down the stairs, Soul can do identify.
Grumble.
You can't tell what it does. I'm sure that's a good
Better.
sign.
Probably fine.
Well,
It's a very pretty amulet. Let's go.
wait. So it's just pretty?
Soul just shrugs. Wouldn't take it
It's
off.
magical.
Let's put it there.
It is magical.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but honestly,
If Archmage gives you something to wear and tells you to not take it off, probably a good idea not to take it off.
yeah, he seemed mostly forthcoming with information, so that's good. Yeah, it looks like we're going to Neverwinter.
It's the worst that could
Again?
happen.
Honestly, it could turn me into a zombie or something. I don't know. He's a necromancy mage.
You're not dead yet.
Yet. Honestly,
Wait for
this
it
thing could probably...
Yet.
Who knows?
Again.
There's a,
Actually, it shouldn't have been yet. It should have been again.
there's a good chance this thing might do, I don't know, trap my soul and send it to him when I dive to a revenant or some shit.
Body
Or
will
it's gonna
probably
trap
just-
the revenant.
Or your
Ooh.
body will just
Hey, if it does
reanimate
that,
and you'll end
that's-
up with power.
Honestly, if it deals with the revenant in any way, shape, or form so we don't have to deal with it as much, that's fine by me. He can fucking have it. Honestly,
Seems
that was
like
the
he
plan
needs
in the
more
first
hands.
place. Yeah. Oh my god, that would be the ultimate way to piss off Black Dagger, is to have him serve eternally as a skeleton servant. Oh,
That'd be hilarious.
I would pay to laugh at his ass. Alright. Unless there's something else you guys want to do here in the city. Maybe yoink at 12, is it 18,000 gold shield? Eh?
You're not gonna steal from Trade
Wait.
Clear.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
didn't
supposed
think
to-
I would.
Find information. Aren't they supposed to find information about these wizards? We don't need to talk to them. We just need to, find
We
out
can
if
talk to the
someone
other
has
mages,
been
yeah.
acting weirdly.
I mean, Sol asked him and he said he didn't notice or care. We could always ask these other mages that are here unless... I'd
The
rather
other ones might care
not.
more about the archmages.
Yeah, he seemed distracted enough that he didn't recognize me if I ever ran into him, so maybe you guys do the asking, yeah? I'm trying not to get on their bad side again. What did you do? Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
I think I do.
No. I'm definitely not saying out loud while we're in the middle of their fucking fortress, you dickhead.
Oh, why
What?
not?
Know him. You can probably make a guess.
Anyway,
Well, you
have
make
fun.
your way back out of the host tower, unobstructed. And that
Wait.
was surprisingly easy.
Does anyone ask the mages that are floating about anything, or do we just go?
Are there any mages floating about that
Well,
seem
they're mostly
Am I high
walking or
enough?
sitting.
how does one tell which wizard here is like higher up or not?
Familiar with their hierarchy. Some places it can be the color and size of their hats or their robes. Sometimes they've got pendants, it's rings. Wizards are weird. Sometimes it's the size of the spell book they carry around. It's hard to tell.
Well, who would you ask out of the ones you see here?
So many jokes.
Just looks at Merwin.
So I'm trying. Sorry.
Who's in the area we're in? Like how many
Like
wizards,
there's
mages?
4 or 5 sitting by tables with books. The gnome you saw earlier is standing on a counter over there. Another couple or 2 walking here and there.
Talk to the gnome.
Yeah, it's you all again. What you want?
Things.
Do you know
Trying
where the
Oh, go
other
ahead.
archmages
Go
are?
narrows his eyes at you. Archmages?
The over wizards. Sorry.
Right.
There were things. You know, the color wizards.
Hmm. Why should I tell you that?
Because I'm asking nicely.
We did just have a quick chat with
Mage.
Kashan, the Archmage.
yeah.
Yeah.
He said that Zelen was in Neverwinter.
Oh,
Just
yes.
hoping to speak to some of the other ones as well.
Well, Selene is certainly in Neverwinter, but always fond of a bit of luxury, so I would try the Moonstone Mask, if you ever make it out that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I suppose you know where Gendrick's gone off to.
He's been laying low recently. No idea.
Fair enough. Don't suppose you know anyone who's had contact with him recently?
No.
Shame. Alright, we'll just have to get correspondence doing another way. Alright, thanks for your help.
Alright.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just narrows his eyes back at you.
Soul just
Want
gives
the
him a shrug.
pastry?
Yes.
They're quite good.
Do you give
I
him one?
immediately...
Yeah,
I
she
walk-
hands him one.
I walk away while he's distracted by pastries.
These are quite good.
Thank you. I'm a pastry wizard. And then she just turns and walks to the others.
Soul just grins at the gnome. Kind of. Thank you for your help. And
She
walks
is a
out.
wizard at bacon.
Interesting friends.
Thank you.
Romancer.
I so want to ask about my thing. It's okay. We move
They
on.
don't. They
It's
don't.
just
I
not the place
know.
to ask.
They
I
don't
know.
do that here.
You find
I
yourself
know.
back in the streets of Luskan.
Oh shit, that was close. I think he almost recognized me.
Well, let's go.
Yep, we go. Back to the boat. Unless you guys have anywhere else you want to scurry off to while we're here.
Well,
Should we not send correspondence saying that?
we should probably.
Oh, right, yeah.
Talk
Let's
to our
have to,
friend.
yeah. You know what? I think I can handle this one alone if that's alright with you guys.
No.
Yeah, fine.
We haven't got anything else to do in this city.
And this is
Very
something
fair.
we all should be involved in.
It's just not often you meet a celebrity. Alright, come on.
Okay, so
And
you
you
make
can't be
You
trusted
can-
alone.
You can make out with him anytime you want. Just we have business first.
And
Alright, so you make your way to the eye catcher.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, easy enough to do. It's dead in there at this time of day.
It's dead of the afternoon.
It's still morning.
No.
Yeah.
It's real early in the morning.
Oh, that's true. We did get up at 6 a.m. I forgot.
Yeah, we get up at the break of dawn, pretty much, yeah.
Well, that
I mean-
certainly was quick. You learn anything of use?
Unfortunately, not as much as we would have liked, but we have a location of one of the Overwizards back at Neverwinter.
Oh,
Looks like Zelen's faffing about at the,
The Moonstone Mask.
yeah.
interesting, but no, that checks out for her. She was
Yeah.
always fond of luxury.
However, from
Yes.
what we did gather, Gendrick is acting a bit funny and getting a bit secretive lately.
Low is the phrase they used.
He's-
Hmm. Interesting.
Which means either they were trying to get to him, and he's,
In hiding, or
or
they got
he's
to him
going.
and he's in hiding.
Yep.
That certainly is a threat to pull.
Yep.
Now we just need to find out where he's hiding, and then we need to suss him out.
You happen to have a quick travel to Neverwinter? Or do we have to
Yep.
take a boat?
We're gonna take the boat. If we go to Neverwinter, there's only one way we're getting back, and I don't really like building a debt in that particular direction. Besides, we need to take the boat south anyway, because there is one other connection to find him if he is the one we're looking for.
Oh. And what
How
would
well
that
do
be?
you know? How well do you know Purple Rock?
Hmm. Sleepy fishing hamlet? Not much to say about it. No meaningful exports or imports. The people there are somewhat strange.
Strange is a word for it. If you've got any close associates, have them keep note of any activity coming from there.
Alright.
Let's just say they have a vested interest in a particular party that I mentioned earlier.
Very well. Well,
However,
you
we
best...
did get one thing.
Yep, go ahead.
That's the amulet. I don't suppose you've ever seen one of these before.
He leans close. He doesn't take it off your neck, but he, like, flips it over. Looks closer, flips it over again. Hmm. Well, if you do manage to put your pursuer down, you might not have to worry about him for a while.
Good, good. That's what I wanted to hear. I was worried you're going to tell me this thing traps my soul when I die or something.
Well, well. Try not to die before you kill your target.
It's reassuring. Well, unfortunately, that's all we managed to glean from him. He is remarkably open with his information.
He's a wizard. He wasn't paying attention. He was concentrating. The fastest way to get back to his papers.
Indeed, and that is the reason why I don't think that he's the one that we need to look for.
He's
Maybe
well,
powerful, but he's nothing if not predictable.
and disorganized as all get out. Good lord. That office. Soul's eyes just twitch a little bit at the memory. It would take years to organize all of that.
Or more hands.
Imagine
No,
dropping a
hands-
wind spell in the middle of that place.
That would get you killed, I feel.
But it
I-
would be funny.
It would be hilarious, frankly. It probably would be more organized afterwards.
Indeed.
Well, looks like our next port of call is looking like Neverwinter again.
Hmm.
This is not far.
Indeed. Well, safe travels.
I don't suppose you have any means of long-range correspondence.
If it's important, I'll hear of it. Don't you worry about that.
Fair enough. Say hi to the union for me, yeah?
Indeed.
Actually, this is a prime opportunity to ask since you're here. The Blue Boars.
Yes.
Heard anything about them down at Mintown recently?
I think they hired on with the White Sails Company. That's all I know.
White sails, huh? Good to know. Alright, well, if we don't send word, you probably have caught on to it anyway.
Indeed.
We'll be seeing you. Or not,
Or not.
as is the business.
Indeed.
Alright, well, we won't interrupt your morning any longer. We got work to do.
So, you make your way back to the ship?
Unless anyone has somewhere in particular they wish to be.
Or need to be.
A boat.
Oh dear, how convenient.
Right, you arrive back at the boat. It is ready to set sail.
Come,
Right,
you
where
got good
to?
news? Neverwinter.
Neverwinter.
Oh. Oh yeah, you probably
Yeah.
informed her yesterday about the whole Arcane Brotherhood investigation. Let's shorthand
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Right. Neverwinter it is.
We got some other good news. We've got a, or it appears to be a mostly useful method of keeping our unwanted chaser off our heels.
Good, good.
So, won't have to worry as much, so we should be good for that for an indefinite period of time, I feel. As long as we don't make ourselves too obviously known to him.
Alright.
Let's hope he doesn't look up.
Right. Well, let's set sail for Neverwinter.
I come.
And you're once again sailing the Sword Coast. South this time.
Huzzah.
The winds are in your favor, it doesn't take quite as long. And about half a day later, you find yourself back in Neverwinter Harbor, if I can find the map. There we go.
There's another half a day of hammering for Merwin.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you've had your roll for the day.
Yep.
Oh,
And there, above the harbor, hangs the Moonstone Mask. On an earth moat, 100 feet above the harbor. It is
How do
anchored
we-
in place with dozens of thick chains and accessible only by a... That's an interesting word. Vertiginous bridge? Vertiginous?
Vertiginous?
how do you spell it?
Probably means vertigo-inducing.
Vertiginous?
Vertigen.
Vertiginous. Vertiginous? Good question. Google, answer my question thusly.
What did that word mean?
Extremely high or steep?
I was gonna say
Related
it's
to or
probably-
affected by vertigo. It's exactly what you think it is.
I was gonna say it was probably gonna be just steep because
Yep.
vertical.
Well, looks like we get more exercise in today after all.
Peeps.
Right. It's not steps, that's the best part. This is real cardio. We're going right up.
Well, up you go.
Up we go.
And you find yourself outside the doors of the Moonstone Mask.
Oh, 20, please.
At the south end of this map, and good lord, roll 20. I would like some pixels, thanks!
Pictures are illegal,
Well,
as
it
is
did a whole
clearly
fun
denoted.
flashy thing for me, but then loaded in. That's fine.
I'll tap the gem in case wizards be doing illusion shit.
Okay, yep. Oh yeah, I need to
This is
adjust
true.
that for everyone. Well, not everyone, and for 2 people. 120 for you, and 60 for you. Yeah, I think it does just light here, so it shouldn't be super necessary, but there you go. Outside the door stands a
This is a big map.
interestingly dressed man wearing a moonstone mask and a sheer black outfit that leaves little to the imagination. Welcome, sirs and madams, to the Moonstone Mask. Will you be paying the cover charge?
Where the fuck did you take me?
This is a gentleman's club, Merwin.
Oh no.
Yeah. And what is the current cover charge running at these days?
Well, 200 ahead.
Oh. I can cover myself.
Hmm.
Who
I
else
have-
wants to come in?
I
Merwin?
will.
If you're
I think you should stay out for this one, buddy.
not here to partake of the fineries, why are you here?
I'm here to meet with a consultant.
Oh? And who might that be?
Zelen the White. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to acquire previous engagement.
Ah,
So,
one of our honored guests.
indeed.
Certainly you may enter, but you may not partake.
Of course, of course.
Well, if you will
Um,
follow me,
Thank you.
opens the door
Uh,
for you.
Does
Merwin?
that extend to all of us?
If you want to follow,
Am
you
I-
can. You can wait outside if you so wish.
Merwin, would
Merwin's
you like
got
to
the-
stay outside? I see Togo creeping. He is ready.
Merwin's got the true sight.
Yeah, he's gonna see a lot.
Yep, Moment's
Do
got
we
the true
think-
sight.
Do we
Yeah.
think that would be
Maybe too much.
useful?
Yes, but
It's
at the
gonna
same
be-
time, you're gonna see more than you want to see.
It's gonna be a lot for your little fishy brain.
Yep.
Will you hold my hand, Soul? It'll be weird. No, that's weird. That's worse. I don't know.
Why don't you
Okay.
just stay out here, sweetie?
Okay.
You can come help if things go badly.
Mm-hmm. I think Merwin's just gonna.
Crapman's gonna wait with Marvin and keep him company.
Merwin's just gonna sit on the edge of the cliff, like feet over the edge, and just be fiddling and making random gizmos with whatever he finds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Backdoor
Okay.
is unfazed.
Right through here, if you please.
Thank you. Which door would I be entering?
First door on the right.
First door. Thank you.
Torchy. There you go.
Wait, why is there a torchy on the floor? Did you bring that in with you?
I didn't.
I'm assuming that's one of either Crapford or Merwin, so they can see what we're doing.
Oh, right, yeah, that makes sense. Good shout. Good shout. You open the door?
Mm-mm. I just knock first.
Come in.
Entering.
Okay.
Does it?
Well, a finely dressed lady sits at a table with a feast prepared on it. Ah, dear, you made it. Who are you people?
Apologies, Miss Ellen. We came here at the behest of Kashan the Red.
Did you know?
We're looking for one of your associates who's gone a bit foul of the association.
Did I know? And who would that be?
We have suspicions that Gendrick the Blue may have done some unpleasant dealings that may have compromised the association.
Okay, let me roll a thing. That is worrying news. That is indeed worrying. But I
Good to
don't see
know
how
where-
it would be any of your business.
It's part of a larger investigation we're working on. You wouldn't happen to know how we could find Gendrick? He's laying low in the usual places.
I still don't see why I should be telling you this.
He might not be acting on his own.
Yeah.
It could be harmful for him as
You
well.
hear heavy
We're just trying to
footsteps
help.
approaching in the hallway outside. And Duggold Neverember enters the room. Come now, dear. These heroes are known to me. These are the heroes of Neverwinter. I'm sure you can part with a little bit of information for them.
Afternoon, sir.
Pleasure to see you again, sir.
The pleasure is mine. Well, if you say so. Well, from what I know, Gendrick has been keeping a lower profile as of late. He's retreated to a small town by the name of Bremen.
You motherfucker.
And if you ask around there, I'm sure you'll find him.
Bremen.
Aye,
If memory serves, that's up in Icewind, is it not?
aye, one of the 10 towns.
That's an unusual spot for him to turn up.
Well, if
It's
one were to lay
out of the
low,
way.
Icewind Dale would certainly help.
Hmm.
And
Not
he's
many
always
people would
had
go with
a affinity with ice magic.
Hmm.
That's certainly a good lead to follow. We appreciate your assistance on this matter, Ellen.
Well, you're most welcome.
Hmm.
Now, if there's nothing else,
Of course. We'll leave you to your fine dining, sir.
Lord Overwizard wanders out.
yep. Talk about awkward.
Yep.
You're just.
Why do I keep... Who put that torchy there? Torchy, go sit over there for a minute.
I keep grabbing it.
I close the door.
Yep.
Good
On
idea.
Torchy. Goodbye, Torchy.
Goodbye, Torchy.
Well, if
I'm sorry
if
for
you'll
what you're
follow
about
me
to
out,
witness.
I do
Thank
do a pass at the room to see if any of these individuals are known to me.
maybe some of them are nobles that you've seen in passing, but no one of import, you think?
But he has got the widest grin.
Gestures for you to step out.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Mm.
Closes the door behind you, Corrector.
Yep. Just slowly turns to Sol and is just holding himself as best he can to stop from giggling. Well,
So
we
funny.
gotta... You'll find out when you're older, mate. That was a good lead. Unfortunately, some of you are gonna have a really bad time. We're gonna need wool coats. Maybe something warm. Definitely gonna need something warm. Wait, this is a bridge. Bridge to nothing. We need the chains.
No, this is a bridge. Bridge back down to the harbor.
It goes all the way to... Goddamn, I thought it was... We had to climb the chains.
They were ingenious bridge.
Chains?
Rowan? Coffin?
Yeah. Ah.
Done. Time to go back down.
Would you survive if you jump?
It's pretty high up. I wouldn't recommend
pretty
it.
Yeah, no. Water has a lot of tension at this height. You'll splatter it just like stone, mate.
Unless you got Featherfall.
Unless you got Featherfall or some other magic nonsense. Well, that was easy. Straight back to the captain after that.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you say we'd need warm clothes?
We're going north, my friend. We're going north.
I'll be fine.
Going... I stare at him for a hot second. Look at Sol. I don't think he's.
I'm in
fine.
a fucking spacesuit.
He's
that don't- Yeah, fair enough. But if your feet freeze to the ground, that's your problem, not mine, buddy.
I mean,
It doesn't get much colder than where we're going. Which is really gonna suck. Togo, though, you'll probably be fine. How good is your fur in the cold, anyway?
Well, how cold?
The last time I went there, someone's finger froze off.
Where is there? Where are we going?
We're going to the Dale.
And what's that?
Icewind Dale. It's one of the most inhospitable places on the Sword Coast. It's cold. It's bad. It's not great. We're gonna need some winter clothing. Really good winter clothing, I might add. Especially if it's that season. And, don't fuck around with the fish.
That's generally a good rule. Wait, how big the fish?
So the fish will eat you if you get to the wrong ones.
No.
Knucklehead trout are notorious in the north.
I think you mean Merwin.
What?
You called
Called
me
Merwin
Togo.
Togo.
Oh, fuck. Okay,
Also,
maybe...
you're concerned for Togo. I've literally been shirtless this entire time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna be interesting for you.
Listen. Jack Daniels on coke at this time of night. Probably not helping.
It's true.
Yeah.
So that's
That
a longer
one-
trip. Do we have enough resources for that?
I would recommend surplus. Stuff that's survivable. So a lot of rations.
So are we heading there now?
I mean, the
But
sooner
we
we
have
truck
other
this...
things to do in the south first.
I mean, how important do you want to consider tracking down this Gendrick guy is, considering we have pretty high chances that he works for the Kraken? Though I really wouldn't mind stopping down south.
We might
It's
learn
not-
something more from there as well.
Yeah, the Nalathraals are real south, though, and that's where... Why did they send us down there? They wanted us to go to the Nalathraals. I have to stop by Minton. And then there's Purple Rock, which is pretty out there at the moment.
Yep.
I want to stop at Moonshine. If we are going to Minturn and enter.
Yep, there's the Druid in the Winter Glen.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the Winter Glen in Moonshay?
It's to the south.
Oh, it's right in the middle of it. Okay. Well, I personally have an invested interest in Minton. Because, if the blue boars are there, that is a force we can use. Because, in the long and the short of it, having some form of military-ish backup for when we do have to deal with these armada, having ones that we can trust to work for pay is a good option. And the boars are not fussy if you pay them. And if we get a hold of some of the other mercenary companies I used to know, that would be a real good start. Because, I don't know if you noticed, but the last few cities we went to, military might was a little focused on themselves.
I mean, that's what cities do.
Kind of their job.
Which means we're not going to be able to pull them into the middle of bumblefuck nowhere in the ocean to deal with a pirate fleet. Mercenaries, on the other hand, will go where you point them.
If you
Getting
pay
them on our good side, getting on their good side, definitely will help this situation with the pirates be a little bit easier when the time comes. So I feel like a vested interest in military backup on my end would definitely put my mind a bit more at ease. Especially if we could have them harry the pirates. We can slow them down with mercenary might. It'll definitely make my life a lot easier when we have to deal with a situation deeper in the nest.
Pay them.
Yeah.
How?
We literally have all the money in the world for it. We just have to get them to give it.
It's a lot of ifs.
If the Lord's Alliance doesn't want pirates tearing their cities apart and don't want to give them manpower for it, well, give them that manpower that's not theirs to worry about. That's what mercenaries do best. And under the right circumstances, they'll take your debt if they think they can get a hold of it in the end. Especially the boars.
What do you do about the Overwizard?
I would like to deal with the Overwizard. But I suppose this is a matter we have to take up with the captain. Because if we go to the Dale, the ship's going to have a rough time too.
Is the ship ready for something like that?
I don't think this ship's an icebreaker, so probably not. Unless you want to hoof it all the way from Luskin across the damn spine of the world.
No, if our ship could fly, it would be another thing.
If we could all fly, the winds
No, if the
and
ship
possibly...
could fly.
It could fly.
Oh, if the ship could fly, would be a big shining beacon of please drag and tear me down for my valuables. Because, I don't know if I mentioned this last time I mentioned the north, but there's kind of a really notorious one up there.
Dragons
And
everywhere here.
There's a lot of dragons. Kind of their
With
thing.
this talk about icebreakers, Merwin has seen those ships before, right?
Questionable. Possibly? Yeah, possibly.
Okay. What would he have to do to make it so the ship could at least go through ice temporarily? That sort of thing. Not permanently transition it to an icebreaker, but make it so it would have less trouble in the journey
A
north.
reinforced hull.
Yeah.
A severely reinforced hull, which would probably require dry docking.
Modified
Probably.
Cowcatcher.
See, this is why I wanted arcane power, so I could do that with arcane means.
Well, do you take it up with the captain?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, we
Captain
have
gets
to.
final say where we get to go.
It's her boat in the end.
Because I can do it.
Captain, you in?
You lay it all out for her. You want to go south to get the mercenaries on your side, for which we have questionable pay. And going north is also difficult because of all that damn ice.
Yeah, and as far as I know, shipbreakers are, other than buying one, not something easily done without a dry dock for a good while.
You want to head out to 10 towns this time of year.
Yeah.
We'd have to harbor in Fire Shear and then hoof it from there, which rules me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I doubt any of the crew really wants to go near Frostbite Valley itself.
Yeah, it would just be the 6 of you, trying to track that
Yep.
guy down as fast as you can and then hoof it back.
Oh,
Would we need to go full icebreaker if we dock at Fireshare?
Absolutely not. Fire Shear is a nice report. The last one. Before the Sea of Moving Ice.
If that's the case, what's the fastest bit of transport we could get from Fireshare to Bremen?
Axe Beaks?
What are X-Peaks?
they're really big birds.
Flying. I see.
Notorious.
Gotcha.
No, they don't fly. They run.
Ah.
Think
Okay.
horse,
But
but
they
they
are
can
the-
go on ice and snow.
Yeah.
Could Wes's friends get us up there?
Maybe, but we'd still have to get back. And that means
Yeah,
the
but we
ship
would
would be
have
down in...
one direction covered.
Yeah, but the ship would be stuck in Neverwinter. Because we've kind of got the navigator.
Yeah, one way or another, we'd have to end up at Fire Shear.
Mm-hmm. And I somewhat severely doubt that Captain wants to go all the way near Icewind Dale or Fireshear or anywhere in that area without Hook, the boat swaying, the navigator.
Well, we do have a second cook trainee. So,
Indeed.
Do we have someone who can navigate? I mean, Captain, I'm sure
captain
you
can.
can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but would you wanna at the moment?
Now, if we sail all the way south to
Mintarn.
Mintarn and then on to Moonshay and then on to Melantha, we might run the risk of, by the time we've sorted all that down there, of the city's already been burnt down. Because we haven't dealt with whatever the hell is going on with Luskan.
My parents live in Gwynedd.
What was it?
My parents live in Gwynedd. Like, they've just ripped these place names from Wales.
It certainly did.
Nice. Well, choice is ultimately yours, Captain. If we do go to the Dale, it's gonna be
She
guys stuck in
reaches
fire,
into a
yeah.
chest, pulls out a big ass coin. The Dale it is.
we're gonna need gear.
We'll stock up at
Best place to get
Fireshare.
fire share.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh,
You-
We're not
I'll,
gonna have
I'll
winter
sponsor the
here.
furs, I'll sponsor the axe beaks.
Captain, just as a side note, has the Alliance paid you recently?
Well, I have the license to run a ship. And the profits are mine.
They haven't been paying you.
That's how it works.
God
Standard
damn,
contract.
they commissioned you but didn't even pay for it? God damn. Wait,
It was that or go away for piracy.
oh shit, okay, yeah, no, never mind.
My misspent youth caught up with me.
Well, do you need me to shave my wage for a bit?
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Is
Just
it fine?
see that you bring in some loot now and again.
Alright, Captain.
see if we can find something nice up there.
Mhm.
And with that, that's where we'll leave off, I think.
I'm just tired. Yeah, that's a good time.
Indeed.